Howdy.
Like for forever.
Why am I hearing myself?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, yes.
Sweet.
Can you hear yourself now?
I guess.
I guess we're good then.
Yeah.
I got nothing to say. Uh, I'm just wondering, is the crappy internet at my end or at your end or both?
It's probably my end as much as anything. I'm connected to like the office Wi-Fi, which is like several rooms away.
So you're connected to the awful Wi-Fi.
Yeah,
See, that sounds way better than it
feels
is.
like it.
Like office waffles. That sounds amazing.
Uh,
I want some waffles.
some awful stuff.
All right, so what is the plan for today?
So I feel like just uh, floaching will help me a bunch. But I wanted to kind of start taking down a list of some of the stories that I've put together like a spreadsheet of stories that I want to tell for very specific reasons. And so like I wanted to kind of work out telling those to you mostly for the process of working out the framework of like what is the pattern that I'm going to tell these stories in so that like if we're not on a call or something like I can still keep chipping away and put them together. So anyway,
Okay.
that's the only thing that I had on my mind. But it feels like just flow kind of get into flow would be really helpful for me.
Perfect.
So
I like working today.
to just like yeah so just to like have no point or of anything, we went to the aquarium yesterday, which was really fun. We so the Dallas Aquarium is like sort of like a zoo, but it's not quite big enough I would call it a zoo. So they did a great job in marketing it in terms of calling it an aquarium. So you're expecting, oh, I'm just gonna go like see some fish in some tanks. And so then everything that you see that's not a fish is like, whoa, I didn't know that was gonna be here. Whoa, I didn't know that. So it's just like value add, value add, value add, value add. It was like it was really an interesting experience. It was a very well done uh, in the sense of like the consumer experience because you come into it was in a building, it was in like a not a high rise but like it was this like 5 or 6 story building, so like three stories of it are the zoo, or I mean the aquarium, and it was like large building. And so as you get in line, you're coming off from the street and basically just standing in line on the street. And as you enter the building, like they have an aquarium outside where you can see fish. And so then as you start walking up the path, like from the outside coming on the way in, they have landscape that's like bamboo and like some natural elements. Like they had a huge rock that had a hole carved inside it. You could sit inside, or kids could like play in it, and you could take a picture or something. So on the outside of the building, as you're moving towards the the exhibits, it's like you're already starting to get pulled into the world before you've bought tickets, before you've like gotten to the entrance or anything. And so it's like in the middle of downtown. It's like a building, like a regular like brick and mortar cement and glass building. So it's like it doesn't seem like anything kind of zoo or animal or nature-esque. So it was very, very interesting experience to kind of come in as you're going up off the street from urban to into like suddenly it feels like there's like all these nature things that seem just a little out of place. And the more you walk into it, the more you feel like you're entering like the rainforest. They had the bamboo constructed in a way that um, it sort of turned into these bamboo cages with wires that sort of um, the cages were as close to invisible as you could try to make them without using glass or something. And so they had a bunch of different like rainforest birds on the outside of the building that you could see. So it was really cool. It was sort of like the lead magnet idea, or like the free value that gives you a taste of what the experience is going to be like. That's what you're going through as you're in line moving towards the entrance. So there's quite a long line. It looked like that business stays very busy because they just had like a steady stream of people just constantly going in. And it's like $30 a person for adults. So I'm just imagining if they get like, you know, 2,000 to 3,000 people a day, um, like that would be $30. Worst calculator could have used. I don't know. That's something like somewhere between like 50 and $90,000 a day, and I'm sure the upkeep is high because it's like an aquarium, so they have to have staff. They're feeding the animals. But but I'm like, now that is a business where things are working, where you just have people that already know what you're offering, and they're just flocking there, and they're willing to wait in line and pay money to get in. And so then the whole time we were there, it was just like this line that just you go all the way up to the top floor and work your way down. And so it was just like never ending. It was like cram packed full. That I think it was my impression is it was probably really busy because it was a smaller square footage than like a zoo. So there wasn't as much space for people to spread out. But also it was all indoors. So even though it was like a rainforest environment, it's much cooler than being outside. It was like 100 plus degrees outside. And which is like I'm trying to figure out what the equivalent of that would be in.
I don't know.
That'd be like 37. Yeah.
Wow.
So
That's
anyway,
really,
um, but yeah, it was a really cool. It was a really cool experience because as I was going through the exhibits and stuff, I felt like I was getting like a master class in marketing without anybody saying a word. It was like, oh, this is how business is supposed to work. Like this is what it feels like when it's working right. Is it just feels like so easy. You just like go all the way from outside to in, and it's like there's zero resistance whatsoever. It's like you by the time you get to the window where you're ready to pay, you've already experienced what like it's gonna be like inside. You're like, this could be really cool. This is gonna be amazing. Like there's stuff that I've already experienced that I wasn't expecting. I was just coming to see fish in a tank. And like there's rainforest stuff. There's like as soon as you walk in the entrance, immediately after you paid, they had this huge, like, shoebill stork that looked like a dinosaur. It was like a creepy looking big old bird. And then they had a tree kangaroo. Apparently, there's like this rainforest like marsupial that is kind of like a kangaroo sort of animal that lives up in the trees, and it's like two really big, like, I did not expect to see that at an aquarium. Yeah, so it's like coming into the, like, as soon as you pay, it's like some of the biggest value right away. It's like um and then uh the funniest part to me was going down to the gift shop. When we went, everybody's looking at like stuffed animals and toys and all kinds of stuff. I found this little tucked away in the corner. I was looking at the jewelry, and the two things that I found were amazing pieces of marketing. Uh, One was a stand of necklaces and bracelets that were, cheap, like really super inexpensive bead jewelry. The pieces looked nice, but like they couldn't have been very expensive to make. But they were selling like the bracelets were like $20, the necklaces were like 22 or $23, and they were selling that every necklace or bracelet that you buy plants a tree. It's like you believe in helping the rainforest, saving the animals, that sort of thing. It's like plant a tree by buying this bracelet. We'll plant it for you. You're buying a done for you service of saving the planet by buying something you wanted already. A piece of cool jewelry that's like a memento of your time at the aquarium. It was just like such great marketing. And like I took a bunch of pictures of it because I wanted to like go back and analyze it and make a post about it. But then I found another necklace that was it was like $15. Like the markup on this thing has to be good. But I was like, they could make so much more. You could sell this as like a high ticket experience almost. It was a necklace kit. So it was a little turtle shaped necklace that the turtle was a little wire cage. It was like the shape of a turtle with in metal, and it was designed to hold a pearl. So the necklace is the marketing copy was that like women and pearls are two of nature's greatest gifts or God's greatest gifts. And then it made this connection of like the beauty of a woman, the beauty of a pearl, and how like it just played into like everything that somebody would want. It's like I want to be beautiful, I want to have wisdom, I want to be something attractive, something that is like a very refined and elegant thing. And so included in this necklace kit was a little tiny sealed tin that comes with an oyster that you open up the oyster and get your own pearl like from the oyster. So you get to have the experience of like kind of like finding a pearl inside of an oyster. And I'm sure it was like a cheap freshwater pearl that was like mass produced, but it's like it doesn't matter. It's like somebody understood the oyster and pearl industry and how inexpensive that stuff is, and was packaging it in a way that became you're buying into an identity, you're buying into some values about things that you want to feel and express about yourself. You're also buying an experience of crafting a unique um, expression of this identity, and you get to sort of as close as you can. It's almost finished, but it's like I made this necklace, this pearl necklace kind of thing. And it's like I got the pearl out, I put it in, I set the stone, that kind of thing. um, it was just like really, really, I was really shocked at how exciting the feeling of the marketing was, but like there was a big stack of them, and I don't know if anybody had even, uh, I don't know how many people bought them. And it feels like if they had a better um, stand for the little displays that they put products in, if they had a better like slogan or catchy thing, it's like it seems like it would have been very exclusive experience. But I'm like, you could totally sell these for like $100, and I wouldn't bat an eye. It would be like a really cool gift to give somebody. And I also thought somebody like Jessica, could take an experience like that and cater it to a specific audience and make it be like a high ticket experience. It's like if you want to manifest the business that is a reflection of the best version of who you are, you want to like get into owning your personal um, image and start crafting that in a real way and start aligning your thoughts and your feelings and emotions in an experience that gives you something that is a reminder all the time of what you are becoming and manifesting. It's like you could totally have like a half day or an evening experience crafted around just that for a product that was like already marked up. It was like $15. But I bet you if you had the right sales marketing material, you could sell that experience for anywhere between like $500 or $2,000, just depending on the crowd.
Mhm.
And I'm like, it just blew my mind. Like what you're selling is not what's valuable. It's who you're selling it to and what is it that they are buying. What is it that they're buying? The experience and the identity of what is it doing for them? Because the product itself, the mechanism and the what you have to offer is it has very little intrinsic meaning or value in and of itself, but it matters everything about how you contextualize it and who is the person that's willing to get it from
Hmm.
you. So I'm not sure what that means really in terms of um, like whether that impacts who we're selling to or how we're selling, but it was just a really, really interesting experience to like observe how like what it feels like to kind of enter somebody's world where the value exchange is I give you money and then you give me an experience. And I felt like the money I paid was very, very worthwhile for more than just the aquarium experience. Like I feel like I experienced so much more than that. But but I thought it was really, really interesting looking at how actual products are marketed and how well they are marketed and how the other thing that I noticed was like how much because it was a gift shop and because it was like they were all commodities. It's just sort of like what trinket would you like to bring home with you to remember the aquarium trip? It like because had so much and there was this noise of like what are you going to bring home with you? Like everything was competing for space and for attention. And so something like that necklace where if you put it in a like a specialty place, like if you sold something like that in nicer packaging at a jewelry store, often its own little corner with its own little like a lot of white space, a lot of display. It's like you could easily sell that as like a high ticket item. It's like a $1,500 necklace, like sterling silver, 18 karat gold or something that would really only cost, you know, 30, $50 in terms of materials. But the context of how it's shown and how it's um, the value of it is communicated is all the difference. And so something that I thought was this is such a real like a great idea, but they're selling it to the wrong people. So it's only worth like $15 because it's like a souvenir. And it'll be, some kids will get it and be like, look, I made a necklace, and then they lose it, 2 months later at the park or whatever. It's like it's not going to be valued. But it just made me realize how you can find all of these vehicles and ways to sell your stuff at different rates to different people, and it's all the same thing. And so that I think is the secret to getting money. It's like not just having one customer, but having oodles and oodles and oodles of customers, and finding ways to speak to each of those tiny subgroups in the way that they want to hear it. And different people are going to value what you do differently. And figuring out, like, just continuing to, like, make your time and effort worth the time and effort long enough so that you can find those few pockets of, like, over the course of your business, maybe you sell to like 40 or 50 sub niches, but like 3 or 4 of them are like highly profitable. But it takes time to like uncover and find those things. And so anyway, it was just really, I don't know, I just realized how much I know and how much I feel and experience about marketing that I just bring with me everywhere I go. And I feel like I'm learning or relearning and reteaching myself stuff that I kind of know on a subconscious level, but it's like I'm also in this process of kind of recycling and reabsorbing information. It's just really interesting.
But I think that's the value of being able to craft an irresistible offer,
Hmm.
which already figured out that's the next step in our value ladder. So it's like, we don't
Hmm.
need to understand or figure everything out yet,
Hmm.
because it's probably going to take us a couple of years before we get to the point where it's like, okay, this one product, this one funnel has made us like millions of dollars. Now it's time to move on to the next step.
Hmm.
But it's good that we're subconsciously already starting to do the work for that.
Yeah. And so that's what, yeah, I guess that's one thing that I was starting to ask myself is like, so really stepping back and understanding what exactly is our product? Like, what is it that people are truly buying? What sort of identity statement, what sort of value statement are they making about the person that they want to be and the business that they want to own that they would hire us? And so trying to understand our business from not what is the mechanism of what we're offering that gives them, like, this will help you reduce your overwhelm, that sort of thing, but like, what is it that people perceive? And so then how can we structure it in a normal way, which like businesses lead with, here's a little tiny bit of value to like give you an experience of, oh yes, I do want that experience. Let me move a little closer and take a look. And so then it's like, what would our lead magnets be? What would our land page and free resources be? How, like, and then what is the minimum price of entry to experience the world? And then what is the upsells, the gift shop stuff? What is the high ticket? What is the big, for zoos, like, so many of them, the zoo and the aquarium experience is the low ticket offer. They get hundreds or thousands or tens of thousands of people, you know, in order to find the handful of, like, people who truly resonate with like conservation and taking care of the planet. It's like they get invited to the fundraisers, to the donations, and to the, like, becoming patrons of the establishment. And so, um, just really truly trying to figure out and understand what business are we actually in. And I think, like, as we're doing this, just realizing, like, there's going to be some people who will value what we really are and what we really do at different levels, and figuring out, like, okay, so who actually is going to see a more complete picture of, because you and I, one of the things that we do really well is we we sort of like we're like master jugglers of ideas. It's like the way you go to the circus and you see people, like, all of this stuff, they just like keep it up in the air, and it's like, how in the world, like, there's no way I would want to spend that much time learning how to do that really cool skill. But for you and me, like, that's what we do, is like with ideas and with feelings and being being able to talk about them, not just as what the idea can do, but like just the idea itself, and being able to like, oh, this is a cool thing, and you throw it, and then you just keep all of these things up in the air, and then it's sort of like taking the raw material for something and showcasing it in an amazing way. But it's like, the juggler is not going to sit there and build a house out of the wood blocks or the, cigar boxes or juggling pins that he's just showcasing what I can do with these things that nobody else can. But I'm not really trying to do anything productive or useful with them. I think that's what you and I are really good at doing is like taking a look at any idea and be like, this is so freaking amazing for this reason and this reason and this reason and this reason. I think that's what, like, in terms of skill sets, like that's what great copywriters do. They sit back and learn about things in a way that they can see all of the really actually valuable stuff and then just put that stuff in front of people.
All right, many things are coming up throughout this entire conversation, but for some reason, the most important to me is, do you think that in aquariums, they have like a giant toilet so they can fish, like they can flush the really big fish? Like if a shark dies, do they have like a giant toilet to flush the shark down the toilet?
I hope so.
That
That
would
would
be
be
amazing.
amazing.
It's like they could, that could be like a special show of like watch us flush like the dead animals down a giant toilet. It's like, even though it sounds gross, but it's like you could actually profit from the fact that, ah crap, one of our animals just died.
Hmm. I think there's absolutely stuff like that. I mean, it's just not we're not privy to it.
So
I
I'm
mean,
just
we're
wondering
not
like
the
what happens.
target audience for
I'm just wondering like what happens when a shark dies? Like
that.
you
Hmm.
can't just throw it out. Like what do
Yeah,
you do? Do you
black
have to like,
market shark fin soup.
maybe I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that there are things like that, like uh like wildlife preservations will sometimes have like auction off exotic animal hunting to people who like they want the experience of hunting some sort of like super rare animal, and it's like, well, if that didn't happen, that animal is going to have to be put down or like removed from the whatever, for whatever reason. It's like you take the you know the poop of whatever the business or experience is, and you still find a way to recycle that manure as opposed to just throwing it away.
I came up with kind of a dark concept, but it could make a lot of money. People who like are on death row and they're going to be killed, instead of just putting them like in a chair, why not
Hmm.
just put them in a place or facility where it's like they can't get out and rich people can pay. It's like, I want to hunt a person. So they pay like $1 million to go hunt a person that's going to get killed anyway because they're on death row, but the prison gets to make $1 million, and it's like they can use that to run everything else because prisons are like underfunded. It's like, okay,
Dang.
it's never gonna work legally, but I'm like, what if we use that concept for business in general? Like, what can
wasn't there a
we?
movie wasn't there a movie about that? I'm trying to remember if it was like, was it the Island of Dr. Moreau
Wasn't there?
Morneau, or was it
Was
the Deer Hunter? I feel like there's a movie loosely based on a premise like that, and I can't
that death
recall.
rate?
Oh yeah, Death Race had a something like that.
I
That
don't know.
was
It's
that the
fun.
Gerard Butler movie where it was like
Oh,
one
gamer.
the gamer. There was one where I think that one might have been more like about social media and like the voyeuristic effect that it has on our society.
I forgot. I love the concept, but it sucked, so I kind of forgot about it.
Hmm. But yeah, I think that's what I'm wondering. It's like, Hmm.
But just for fun, do we want to just brainstorm? It's like, all right, what elements of our business could we kind of reuse? Like, the equivalent of someone on death row, or like the shark that dies and we need to flush it. Like, what is the equivalent of our giant toilet, or
Mm-hmm.
people paying us to hunt, whatever? It's like, what's that equivalent for our business?
Mm-hmm. We could do market research calls for people. I mean, I just like talking to people in general. And like if somebody was like, yeah, what I really need to do is I need to have somebody talk to these people in person and this is what I'm looking for. Um, like you get paid to do your discovery calls, do your like hear all the pain points of what people are wanting to do. Maybe I should get a job in sales. I wonder if I could do that for another company. It's like go be a sales guy that just calls people up over and over and over. You'd go through a script, but like when you have conversations with real people, like you start to hear the things that they're looking for. I don't know. Whatever. Okay, so
Like,
one of the
way
things, I mean, let's start with the super obvious. We're creating Facebook groups.
So what I'm thinking about is not necessarily like, finding ways to get paid for research.
Mm-hmm.
It's more the equivalent of like, wait, we're going to be teaching people how to do everything step by step. We
Mm-hmm.
can offer an upsell of, hey, someone gets to purchase the done for you version. Like we're giving
Mm-hmm.
that away as an incentive, which is really good because I'm sure that's going to increase conversion and add urgency, which is a really good thing. But it's like
Mm-hmm.
that level of thinking, like, what do we already have that we're not using that we can just use and sell? That's like super easy and barely any work on our part.
Mm. Yeah.
So it's kind of like the equivalent of, all right, we run a prison instead of just, flushing everything down the toilet. Why not set up our own like drainage system so we can collect all the feces in one place and use that to create manure and fertilize fields and like sell it? I don't know. I'm just like coming up with random stupid ideas, but I'm like, what is the
Oh, dude,
crap that's our business? And it's like, how can we profit from that? Or is our entire
imagine
business?
imagine having a prison where you use the prison inmates as slave labor to grow the food that they're gonna eat, and then you like fertilize it with the manure from. But
So
that's
basically,
kind of what I'm.
we turn prison from a burden on society to a self-running society.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. But it's like you're taking responsibility for people who've demonstrated like I'm not willing to take care of myself, or I don't understand how to take care of myself in the world that exists. Like I don't know how to fit into that society. So you just create this closed ecosystem. I think that's what prison systems are. I mean, I think that's what they really do. It's just like for people who are hyper aggressive and violent and don't know how to be any other way. It's like we have a bunch of like guardrails. It's like you get too out of line, like you go, you know, in a hole by yourself. It's like if you don't know how to, I don't know, whatever. So yeah, so what are the resources that we're creating? Like we're showing you how to run a Facebook group. I mean, we're also showing people like how to create stories and posts. Well, maybe posts. Um, let's see. Showing people how to assess their market, like market research and audience engagement. Um, stuff that we already have. We already have. Okay, how does like our integrity mastermind, like we have calls over and over of us talking about the stuff that we were going through in our own lives, and as we're struggling with like trying to figure out like how do we have more integrity, how do we like understand what we do for people, like there's something there and I haven't quite cracked what the value of that is, because just that by itself, like watch us have a private mastermind, like that's not valuable. I haven't figured out how to like see what was that is valuable to other people, and then break off a piece of that to make that into something useful.
Hmm. Ooh, okay. Because we keep coming back to this concept of simplification
Mm-hmm.
in life, business, and everything. And that makes us more productive, more focused, and we can generate more money and so on and so forth. But what if we're also able to get paid when we're removing things from our business? This is not serving us. Let's remove it. But instead of just throwing it away, like who can we sell it to? How can we profit from that, even though we don't need to do it anymore?
You know what comes up for me is nothing interesting. Like we've generated like you know tens of hours. We're starting to come up. We're across the 100-hour mark for sure of like hours and hours of somewhat uh, interesting or valuable content, but it's not filtered in any sense.
Some way or no way.
So it's like this to me is clearly the refuse of our business. Like we're just like dumping information like without any. We're not observing and figuring out like what is it that we're doing right now that is useful for people. Is it the process of like crafting a business? Is it the process of like workshopping an idea? Is it like how to get more done than you can get done by yourself? Is it how to have a successful friendship by like not trying to force any kind of like parameters on what the thing is? I don't like I have no idea what this.
I just realized something like maybe this is not something we can benefit from right now, but once we build this business and we're profitable, then we can sell this. We can be like, hey, we created our business, did it in this amount of time and made this
Mhm,
amount of money. You
mhm,
want to watch as we create our next business. You're going to get full,
mhm,
completed, unrestricted access. We're going to go live. You're going to get access to the recordings. You can see us build and flesh out this business so you can understand the
mhm,
exact process it takes.
mhm, mhm.
People would pay for
Oh,
it. It's like, hey, we built a $10 million business. We're building a new one. You can watch us do that for $5,000 and you get exclusive access to everything as we're creating the idea every step of the way.
I know what we can do though. I know what we can do actually that we could start doing right now. I don't know if I have any desire to go back and do this. Um, but if we, as we're floaching and as we're doing our process, if we take notes, if we're like, oh, we've moved on to another idea, let me just jot this down. So like if we have a conversation and I just am bullet pointing what we've talked about throughout the conversation, then by the end of the conversation, like this is no longer just a random conversation. It's documented what we talked about. So it's a podcast or it's a training session or it's a teaching sort of thing. So then everything that we do essentially becomes like, hey, we have a massive hour with hundreds and hundreds of hundreds of hours of content in our vault that you only get access to through our paid programs. But it's like, I don't know. It's like unfiltered access to like how we think. Maybe somebody would find it useful.
But I feel like we know it's valuable, but because we haven't had that external success, that social proof, people are like, yeah, you're just like two random guys who are talking. It's only when we're successful and we're like, yeah, we're two random guys talking, but we've made $10 million. Then people are like, oh crap, they know what they're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. So what if we just, oh, damn. This is the thing that's gonna make us successful. It's like, it just looks like poop to anybody who doesn't know us. But it's like, if you keep watching long enough, you realize that this is the thing that we do more than anything else. Like talking about things randomly, talking about stuff that isn't connected to things, and just continuing to just go through material. This is the hyperspeed version of like experimenting for us. It's like we've had the opportunity to go through like an infinite amount of ideas by talking about them. And it's like it's if you sell it from the angle of like everybody tells you that like talking about ideas versus taking action is the wrong way to do things. But in the sense of like, Thomas Edison trying 1,000 different ways to make a light bulb, like how many years did he spend inventing the first working version of a light bulb, and then still continued to refine it? Like the first working light bulb was like a twisted cotton filament uh, with a vacuum tube. Um, and then it eventually became like the tungsten, like a tungsten element in like a nitrogen gas filled bulb. I don't know exactly how light bulbs worked in that process, but it was just sort of like they did so many different he did so many different ways to try and invent the light bulb until he found something that was like good enough that it was a product. And it because like even at that early prototype level, it's like, you know, electric lighting became a huge, like that completely changed how cities work. People work longer hours, people felt safer, people were like so many different things that just having light longer than when the sun was up changed for the entire world.
You brought up Edison, and I'm like, people are always like, oh, he failed 10,000 times. And I'm like, what's the actual number?
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, I can't seem to find it. Because like it's such a widespread thing. It's like, okay, I found like 10,000, I found 2,000, I found 1,000. It's like, I don't think it's possible to know the actual number. Because this is just like, hey, it's teaching a principle, but it's like, yeah, okay, but did he actually fail 10,000 times?
Mm-hmm.
And this is probably a complete waste of time, but you know.
Hmm.
Wow, 1,093 US patents in his name. That is impressive.
Holy cow. Shunpai Yamazaki holds the Guinness Book of World Records for having more patents than any other person. He's been granted 2,591 United States utility patents and has 9,700 worldwide patents, which is cumulative of more than 40 years of invention. All right, I want to see what this guy has invented. Oh, snap. President and majority shareholder of research company Semiconductor Energy Laboratory in Tokyo. Most of the patents he holds are in relationship to computer display technology. Gum.
So the one you were talking about is Shunpei Yamazaki?
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, it sounds to me like this dude is like, I mean, not just an inventor of stuff, but like he's basically created a an asset that allows him to like take ideas and like turn them into the language of like this is an idea that I want to own. Because I'm looking at the patents. It's like it's so technical. It's such a like a ugly like people don't speak that way or write that way. It's like very precise language of like here's what the invention does. Here's the value that it provides. Here's the technical drawings. Here's how it works. That's that sort of stuff. And I'm like, this guy just has a system, like a process for generating patents, basically. And so I'm sure that on some level the invention has to work. Um, but I mean, I don't even know anything about patents, whether it has to be provable as uh, like a product that actually works or not. But um,
It's like, yeah, it's just like he was just dumb enough to pay to get that many patents. It's like all right, you just had a bunch of money to waste. Like the number, because I'm on the list that I found on Wikipedia, and it's like number 1, and then number 3 is a guy who started in 2004. He's been doing this for 18 years, and in 18 years, 2,606 patents in 18 years. That is impressive. Like, how do you have so many ideas?
Well,
Like 2,606 divided by 18, that's 145 patents per year on average. That's one new patent every 2.5 days.
wow.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how it works, and there's probably a bunch of them that are just like slight variations of the same thing. That is insane.
There's a guy that works for Johnson and Johnson that has issued he's gotten like 700 patents and over 1,000 pending. He's created $14 billion of value for Johnson and Johnson. Like
14
almost
billion?
nobody, yeah, like almost nobody knows who he is. He just has worked at that one place, and that's all he does is just invent crap. His top 3 inventions are like a mechanical surgical instrument, surgical staples, and the cartridge for the staples.
I hope he's getting paid really well. Because like if he's just paid as an employee, like
Yeah.
that sucks. But if he's like, hey, I'm just getting like 1% share of the profit that I generate from you, the guy's like, you know, super rich by now. So it's like, I hope that he negotiated a good deal. After the first few where he generated a lot for them, he's like, all right, if you want to keep me, I need a percentage of this.
I love this quote from this article. He's like, Shelton, who wears only Hawaiian shirts, lives on an Ohio ranch where he has 15 full-size donkeys and 20 miniature cows.
Okay.
That's amazing. How is the net worth of
Okay, there's also a list of top inventors of US patents like per year, and one has 754 in a year. That's an average of 2 patents filed every single day.
See, at that point, it's just sort of like he just has like a spreadsheet somewhere, and he's just plugging in the data of like, oh, I have this idea. All right, let's turn it into a patent. And it's like you're just following some kind of formula. I mean, I can't possibly imagine that somebody like he can't be filing those patents himself. Like I'm sure he must have like done a certain amount of stuff on his own and created a company, and then everything is sort of like a process of from a team that's all like kind of filed underneath his name or intellectual property or something. I don't know.
Probably.
Because I mean, I looked at the patent, like the amount of work to generate that stuff, I feel like would take more time than it would be possible to just write that stuff in a couple of days.
Yeah, like how do you have time to invent something if you're spending every single day just filing the patents. So I feel like there's a
Yeah, I'm
lot of,
sure there's got to be like, I'm sure there's like a team that handles like the execution of like the documentation.
so I feel like 2 patents per day, like that sounds like a full-time job of just filing patents. How do you have time to invent
Mm-hmm.
stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Whoa. I just Googled out of curiosity, like how much does it cost to file a patent? And one thing that came
Mm-hmm.
up is, need help, a patent attorney will usually charge between $8,000 and $10,000 for patent application. But the cost can be higher. Yeah, okay, so $900 for a do-it-yourself application.
Mm. Interesting. Yeah. So there's a guy, George Spector, who's number 4 on like the patent holders list, and he's not an inventor. He helps small businesses obtain patents for inventions, and then he adds his name to the patents. So it's like there's probably like a process, a systemized mechanism for filing a patent. So people who have filed like tons and tons of patents, like there's there's obviously like a system or a production process for that. So if somebody comes up with a good idea, it's like I think it's probably a lot like marketing. It's like how do you find the part of it that is very unique, and it's like okay, this is where how we're saying this is different from everything else that's been invented, and so we're officially putting the filing documentation together so that we can claim this as like unique individual intellectual property, and so then if people use it, interesting. Such a wild
Probably
world, but
for us, but interesting.
hmm
Then again, that's pretty much most of what we do.
hmm
Completely useless, but it's fine.
yeah. So it seems to me that the really valuable skill set then is knowing how to like pick out, oh, that's something I've not seen before, that's unique, that's useful. Like finding the stuff that's truly new or innovative that solves a problem or creates value.
Okay. What if we take like 50 million steps back, just to be dramatic, and come
Back
at
to
this
the
from
age of the dinosaurs.
no, but like, what if we approach this from a perspective of I'm lying in bed and I forget what I was saying. No, what if we take
Something
it
about a
from
giant toilet that is going to flush our poop.
it's funny that you say it because I look up at the ceiling, I'm like, that's like an upside down toilet bowl. No, but if we look at our skill set, at what we do, what is the one valuable thing in all of that? Like, what is that one thing that makes us different than other people? Because even though we haven't taken the time to be financially successful, we've proven enough that like
We are
What
successful, just
is
like the
value?
domain that we have not shown other people that we can be successful in is in finance.
Yeah. So how do we, like, what would be that one thing that we need to monetize? Just distracted by your face. But I'm just wondering, like, what is that one thing that makes us unique, that makes us special, that makes us successful? Because it's like, we're really good at coming up with ideas and fleshing it out and creating irresistible offers and stuff. But it's like, we haven't been successful yet. So why is that? Like, what is that one thing that we're actually good at?
Okay, I have something here that I'm not 100% sure what it is, but it's something to do with the um like creating the relationship between things. It's like everybody everybody wants to be different and they are different, and yet everybody is the same. And so it's like we're really good at seeing the relationship between how something is the same as everything else, as well as how it's different. I think the thing that makes things different the most, like the most universally, is like perspective. So it's like whatever your experience is pretty much irreplicable. Um, versus, see, whoops. What would you call that? All right, so I mean, in other words, it's sort of like you have
Peace, man.
exactly. It's like so if you have
Oh,
a tree, what's that?
chicken foot. Well, it was a chicken foot. Now I don't know what it is.
Come on, you're Canadian, you don't know what this is?
Oh, weed.
There you go. Yeah, no, but it's like if this is where most people hang out, they're like, I don't really know how to make my marketing work. It's like we're really good at seeing how, yeah, but you think you're different from this guy, but here's like you just keep zooming out. He like here's where you're the same. So it's like this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, and this guy all do the exact same thing. So they should have the same business, but the way that they differentiate themselves is they talk about the way that they got to their experience and the unique like way that they help people. It's still the same business, but it's the same thing that we've talked about. Like, well, what if this person is just literally like you, but through the lens of like a slightly different part of the mega timeline? It's like it's all the same thing. It's like you're just looking at this spot on the ball versus like this spot on the ball versus like the part on the back or whatever. And like as storytellers, this is one thing that we do. Like we tell the same story over and over and over again, and we can just pull in different bits and pieces from other stuff and make it new or original. I'm trying to think. There's something here that I'm trying to get out in my head.
We're an idiot. We're not two idiots. We're just one idiot. So we're not even smart enough to be our separate idiots. We're just. But
we're so dumb that we only equal one idiot. We're both less than one idiot amount of dumb.
You complete my dumbness. But all stupid.
That's our genius. It's like we're too stupid to waste time doing smart stuff.
But I think that's it. We're too stupid to be successful because we keep coming back to what makes us original, what makes us smart, what makes us different. And all we need to do is like, okay, let's just be normal. Let's do what everyone else does. Let's just be successful. It's like every time, like this entire discussion, like this part of the discussion where I'm like, all right, let's take, 50,000 dinosaur steps back. And it's like, from that point on, that was a waste of time because we're like, well, what makes us unique? Like, what makes us unique is the realization that we need to be normal. Trying to be unique is what has caused us to fail over and over and over again.
So, okay. So there's something here with the So is the thing that's unique about us like the message that like everybody's selling you a lie that you're special and you're different. It's like that's not the thing that's gonna make you rich. Like that's the thing that sets you apart and makes you different. That's not the thing that is valuable. The thing that's valuable and that makes people rich is when you become the same as what everybody else who's successful and rich has done.
That is why most people aren't successful, because the truth is very disempowering. It's like, you're not special, you're not unique, you're not original, you're not meant for greatness. Like, all you need to do if you want to be successful is be a normie. It's like, people are like, no, I want to. It's like they buy a crap ton of courses and product and coaching and things that promises you're going to be unique and successful. They fail on delivering the successful part, but because they succeed on making people feel special, unique, people are okay wasting money on that.
All right. I think this is what's happening. I mean, this is just one metaphor and one story in the millions to explain this. But this is like, here's where you're unique. So this is why you exist. It's like you exist because you're unique. It's like the one sperm cell that like made it to the egg. It's like that's what you are. It's like you are special. You're a winner. You're nobody's like you. That's what powers the fact that you're here at all. But if you keep going back to that, which is like, I just need to exist, you're not going to fall into the pattern of what like you're going to stay a seed. Like if you want to be successful, you have to grow up and be a tree and copy what all of the people who are big and flourishing have done, which is you got to come out of your, like the thing that makes you unique and your imprint, your thing, and you have to like show that to everybody the same way that everybody else does it, which is you stop worrying about the fact that you're special and you're unique and it's like you need to get over the fact that like you want things the way that you want them, and you have to give yourself and what makes yourself special in the way that everybody else wants you to give it. So it's like Amazon is in the business of giving you what you want. They have a huge, like, infinite, unending library of inventory of stuff, and it can get to your house that same day by just saying, "What is it that I want? Send it to me right now, and I'll give you money." Like that's what Amazon's gotten really good at, is giving you exactly what you want. Sometimes even before you ask for it. Like you can subscribe to stuff, you can get recommendations. There are things that will be like you can get those little buttons. That's little Wi-Fi button. You push it when you want a refill. Amazon has gotten very good at giving you what you're looking for. And the problem that we're having is everybody says you're unique, which is true. And everybody says that the thing that's going to sell your business is talking about what makes you unique, which is also true. The problem is that that is not where the actual value comes from. The value comes from what does everybody else want? And you say, oh, I'll give you that. You give them what you are, because you can't change this, but you give it to them the way that they want it. When they say, here's what I want, like, I want to be able to get clients. And you say, oh, instead of saying, well, I have this program where I show you how to build a Facebook group in 5 minutes, you say, oh, you would like to get clients? Well, let me show you how I help people like you get clients. You have to be normal in the sense that the thing that makes you unique is like you would exist whether anybody else paid attention to you or not. That's what makes you a star. That's what makes you like shine and exist, and like that just happens no matter what. But if you want that light to like come all the way to travel to Earth, and it's like you want to exist here, um, you don't exist on Earth as a star. It's like one tiny shard and sliver of light that's a little bit of an idea of what you are. But what you have to do here is look and act like a person who breathes air and is listening to, oh, you're sad? Well, let me show up and like sit with you while you're sad and keep you company. Oh, you're hungry? Well, let me give you some food. So, yeah, it's like, are you stupid? Well, I'll just be stupid with you and have a show where we talk about nothing interesting, which has worked very successfully. If you've ever watched Seinfeld, like that's all that show was.
But
But
they
I
did
mean,
it in a format that they wanted, which is what we have failed to do.
mm-hmm. So the trick
I
is
think I think that's
you
we're honest with this.
yeah,
Like
it's
this.
like people are trying really hard to do this. And it's like that's already what you are. You don't need to try to do that at all. You need to be spending all of your time trying to be normal. Try to be the thing that people are looking for and asking for. And this stuff is going to come out automatically because you can't escape it. It's just an imprint of what you're like. But you need to model what the people who are highly successful do, which is like you show up as the universe saying, "Tell me what you need." That's what you're gonna get. Like you're gonna give it to them the way that you have available to you to give it to them, but you need to find a way to use everything that's available to you, all your ideas and your education and your experience and that unique combination that nobody can copy to give them the result that they want. Putting it another way, um, there's a guy that falls off a boat and he's drowning. There's a guy who's a great swimmer. There's a guy who has a life preserver. There's a guy who's got a boat. It's like all of them can go help that guy. The guy who's drowning doesn't give a shit who helps him. It's like, if you're like, hey, I have a boat. Would you like to take a boat ride? And it's like the guy doesn't care. What he wants is like, help me not die. If you show up and be like, hey, do you need help? It's like the guy's gonna go, yes, before he goes under. It's like that's all you need to know. It's like it's not, do you like boats? It's not, hey, are you okay if I touch you and hold on to you? I'm Michael Phelps. It's like I, like, hey, how good are your hands? Like, can you hold on to a rope? And it's like these are all the wrong questions to be asking. If you see somebody who's like, you look like you're drowning, are you? Yes. Okay. Well, you know what you need to do then. It's like conversation's over. Go do the like unspoken request, which is save the guy, and it's like he's gonna be grateful no matter how the help, no matter the form the help comes in.
I'm just picturing that analogy from a business perspective. Are you drowning? Yes. You want me to save you? Yes. Do you have money? But I mean, that is kind of it when you think about it. It's like people are drowning, struggling in their business, and you can help them. And like, do you have money? No, well, too bad, sucks to be you.
So this is the thing. It's like, how can we take from our abundance and like what we're able to do as a natural, like just our own genius? How can we do that long enough that we stumble across the person that's like, oh, this was exactly the thing that I needed that helped me get what I want. So if people are asking like, how can I build an audience? Like I've been thinking about this. Like instead of showing them, oh well, you could build a Facebook group or what was I'm like, part of me is like, I should just go like make a TV show, like and invite all the people that I just kind of want to work with. Like, hey, I'm doing this thing, doing a pilot, doing like 3 half-hour episodes. I've got a Emmy-winning producer lined up. I've got a TV studio with a crew ready to go. I just need people to show up. Like, will you be on the show? Like, that would be an easy yes. Like, if I got people who I don't even need to help them know who their audience, their target market is, like somebody who knows who they're talking to, somebody who knows who they're selling to, and I'll tell you every single thing that you want to know about this market that you're about to talk to. Tell me if this would help you make money and get you clients. It's like, would that audience be useful for you? The answer is yes. Like, come on my show. Give me half an hour of your time. You want to make it even more valuable? Spend half the day with me. We'll create a crap ton of marketing material after the fact, and then like build this out as an asset that will grow your business. But if you just help somebody from the standpoint like, well, I know how to do this thing, and nobody else can compete with me on that because like who knows how to, you know, like who starts with the lead magnet of like, come be on a TV show and talk to like potentially millions of people. It's like there's not a lot of people who can compete with me at that level, and that's the thing that I have that's unique. But I'm still just offering like, hey, you want me to help you try and get clients? That's it. So the thing that you and I can do that is really valuable is, what are some of the things about us that are unique, but we need to do it in a way that is the most normal, valuable, like standard thing that people ask for in providing value. It's like, can you help me make more money in my business? If the answer is yes, all right, give me your best shot.
All right, this is kind of unrelated because I was just thinking like, the whole principle of living out loud. What we
Mhm.
do is more like pooping out loud.
Yeah, we poopy with the door open, which which is like a great realization because like that's a huge part of like my life. Like as a kid, that's what I like. I wanted my siblings to come in and keep me company, and I feel like even now I'm like I just don't like being alone. I like doing stuff with other people because I feel like I just don't want to like be by myself in some context.
Oh my God. I feel like, well, to continue this analogy, I feel like we're in the toilet bowl, like circling around. We're like, we haven't quite gone down. We haven't quite figured it out. But it's like we're circling around, so we're close.
Yeah.
I'm just like, how far do we want to go with this analogy?
Mm.
Like, just like the turd just hanging there. It's like, no, maybe we don't want to go that far.
Yeah. Oh. Okay. So maybe this is something, and I think this is like the marketing aspect, but it's like this is what marketing is trying to do all the time. Is this is what people want, right? They want to be different. They want to be special. They don't recognize that the part that they're missing is like how do you actually learn to be normal, do the stuff that everybody else does that's kind of required in order to move to the next step. So that's what they sell. It's like you can be your own special thing. You can be your own blah 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 blah. But it's like TV shows do the same thing that marketing does, has a little bit different packaging, which is like allow people to share their unique perspective in a way that's valuable. So you wouldn't watch the TV show if it's the exact same thing every time. But the thing is, if you know how TV works, you know like how
Yeah.
episodic television works or talk shows is like the format's always the same. The container is the same product every time. This is the only thing that makes it different is the unique perspective. But it's always the same. It's like it's another episode of a TV show. It's like 20, 22 and a half minutes, and we're gonna have 3 commercial breaks, and we're gonna like have an introduction. You tell me your crazy story of transformation. Tell me how people can work with you, or like what are the results of people that have worked with you, that kind of thing. Same process, same everything, but it's different every time because different people show up and use the platform. That's that's what we like. We can harness that in terms of getting people to share their story and what makes them unique. And that could be on a TV show. It could be in the context of like, here's the process to build out your business in a 5-minute Facebook group model. But it's like having the structural elements of this is what makes a great story or what makes you interesting to other people, interesting enough that they keep watching, they keep moving closer, they keep wanting to come into that experience.
I think what you said is exactly right. The fact is like everything is we're selling you this unique thing, but it's exactly the same as every other thing out there. Every movie is basically the same. Every TV show, every book, every
Hmm.
product, every like everything. And what people buy into is, oh, this is unique, this is original, this is different.
Right.
Different part is 1%. All the rest, 99% of the rest is completely exactly the same. And that's
It's
what we're
this.
doing with 5 minutes.
Yeah.
We're selling like, hey, build an audience in 5 minutes per day. You can be lazy, you can have fun, and you can be normal. But
It's
at
the
the end of the day,
same,
build a Facebook group.
you know what it is? It's this, it's the exact same process. Like this story is the same as that story. The amount of difference between our DNA and like a mouse's DNA or like a fruit fly's DNA or a chimpanzee's like 99 point something percent. Like the difference is very small. The thing that makes us the same is like almost everything up to like, the last little bit. But all of this crap, same stuff.
That's why the
So
perfect
like
webinar works
if
so well.
if you're focused on this part, you're missing out on doing 90% of the things that generate the value and the money. Like you have to get really good at this so that like because this part is on autopilot. This is the part of you that you can't stop doing because it's your blueprint. This is the part that you keep trying to push away.
Okay, two things. First of all, this is exactly why the perfect webinar works,
Mm-hmm.
because the perfect webinar is selling that uniqueness. People are like, yes, I want that uniqueness. Everything that comes after the actual product is the exact same as every other thing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why we failed, because we've been focusing all our attention on the 1% of uniqueness and ignoring the 99% of sameness.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, we're really good at being unique. So once we master the 99% and set that up, then we just switch the 1% that's different, and we can create infinite business, infinite like income streams, infinite points of entry, infinite whatever we want. And the back end is always.
Yeah. You know what? You know who talks about this? Oren Klaff. He wrote what's the name of the book? He wrote Flip the Script. No, yeah, Flip the Script is the book that I read, and he talks about information chunking. It's like you want to do big business deals. What you do is you bundle the information in a way where you show all of the statistics and the facts and the financial data from this perspective. You show somebody who's successful. Here's all of the ways that this business deal is exactly like every other business deal that you have done in your career. It's like all of the things that make you a genius, that make you know how to make money. It's like, this is just like all of the other business deals that you have. Like the only thing that's different about this is this little tiny piece. It's like almost a standard, vanilla, boring, run of the mill business opportunity. That's what gets people who have money. It's like that's how you sell to people who know how things work. Is you have to bundle the information so that you're showing them how is this the same as everything else that's predictable, that is dependable, that guarantees a return. That's what marketing is. That's what it's like. That's why you talk about social proof. That's why you talk about here's the results and the numbers. You're creating that safety of like all of the guys that make lots of money. It's like we're doing that too. We're just like every other person who has a system that is super successful and that will guarantee if you do the process, you follow the rules, you do the steps. It's like if you just show up, you're gonna automatically make money. Like that's what people want is that safety of can you guarantee me that this is gonna work? So we have a guarantee. And so the only thing that like the thing that attracts them is this, but then before they buy what they want to know is like, okay, yeah, you have a cool hook, but like, are you a real business that actually is the same as any other business that's successful? That's what they're waiting for. This is all the objection handling. It's like, yeah, we're the same as that guy. It's like, yes, we have a proven system that's good. Like, here's all the client testimonials. It's like that, like that's the copywriting. It's just like filling in the DNA that needs to be there as the same as anybody else who's successfully marketing their business and making money.
This would be an interesting experiment of like just doing a general funnel of like, hey, you want to get more clients? Yes. Okay. Here are the 3 secrets. You need traffic, you need a good offer, and you need a good product. Like whatever, just like, fill in the blanks in the most general way possible and just sell whatever you're selling on the back end. It's like, would that work? Or do you actually have to be original and be like, hey, this is this unique name, this is this unique approach or whatever? It's like, is it just literally fill in the blank and we're just trying to be too smart for our own good?
I think in some sense, yes. I mean, I think it has to feel unique. You have to give somebody some sort of window into who you are and how you seem different. But then everything else has to feel familiar. It's like, whoa, these guys really know what they're doing. Like these guys are experts. They're like they have authority, they have proven um, results, and demonstratable value, that kind of thing. Like I think it's
Okay, hold on. What makes the difference between a paint by numbers movie and a good movie? So it's like, all movies at the end of the day follow the same basic structure. Some of them feel like empty. It's like, yeah, all the elements are there, but it just didn't work. And some of them you're like, that is so cool. I love that movie. And when you look at the elements, everything is exactly the same. So what is that slight thing that is different that
yeah.
makes it feel good?
So this is a great question from like a storytelling perspective. So I think there's several aspects that I've thought about. It's like one is you like the people that are in it. So like a movie that's like, okay, generic rom-com or like some sort of movie we've seen a million times, like if I don't really know the characters, if they're like B actors or like people that like you don't really have any proven track records, like you're not really that good of an actor or something. It's like you're just somebody who's in this movie. It's like if I don't really like you, if I don't trust you, it's like you're probably not gonna win me over in like a paint by numbers thing. So it's like there's people who like they've already established they're great actors. They're somebody who knows how to have a good time. I like their other work, so I have some level of trust with them. And even if it is like a really super generic paint by numbers thing, it's like I might like the person enough that it's like I'm gonna like the movie too. Um, the other thing that I notice is there's movies that feel like they are trying to copy what works as opposed to they're doing what works. So it's like it's the same principle here. It's like you have to have some of the same elements that all great stories have. And instead of understanding, it's like the reason you do this is not because you're trying to copy what some other movie did. It's like the reason you do this is because you have to do this in order for people to buy the journey. You have to do this in order for you to like see the
Okay,
truth that you're telling through the story. And
let me
they're just like, oh, it's like,
use an example. Like within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Guardians of the Galaxy is one of my favorite movies ever. It's just so
mhm,
funny, entertaining, it's really cool, and it's this group of like original characters. Then take Eternals as an example. Same basic concept, like group of people. The
mhm,
movie is, in my opinion, the absolute worst like Marvel Cinematic Universe movie to date. Yet the basic concept is a group of people who are fighting to save the universe.
mhm,
Why did one feel amazing and I love it so much and the other just flop? And it's like visuals are great, good actors, like, but it
mhm.
just feels empty. Why?
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. I feel like that movie missed the point of what Marvel movies are about. it tried to tell an epic story rather than telling a good story. And it fell into the same trap that most of the DC universe falls into, which is it takes itself so seriously that it forgets that it's a movie. Like we don't watch movies because we want to see real life. I mean, like sometimes we watch hyper exaggerated real life to remind us like, oh yeah, like yeah, life is a real deal. But most of the time when we watch something like a Marvel movie, it's like we want to be reminded of the truth of joy, of like we escape the parts of life that is like, I have to go through this and kind of it sucks. So can I be reminded of like what life is actually about, the happiness and the gift that life is, even through the struggle and the pain. And Eternals didn't have a lot of like joy and happiness in the pursuit of that. It was sort of like the opposite of it was like these beings that had this one version of the universe the way it works, and then that version, their purpose kind of gets destroyed, and so now their mission is like, well, we got to tell everybody that we were lied to. It's like they're trying to do in that story what church tries to do all the time, which is like, you know, the life that you think you have, guess what? That's actually a terrible life. And actually, in my worldview, it's like you're a sinner. You're like a terrible person. It's like nobody wants that kind of a message. It's the opposite of what marketing does. It takes away from somebody's experience instead of giving to it and adding to it. And what Eternals did was it told a story about failure and loss of hope, and then the burden of truth and the pain of I guess I must share this. Like and it sort of showed the tragedy of knowing more about the way the world works. It was, and that's not how Marvel movies are sold. Marvel movies are like, hey, you want us to show you a good time? Like that's what the promise of a Marvel movie is, and instead we got a tragedy.
I feel like it's ironic because, in my opinion, the two worst Marvel movies are Eternals and Black Widow. It's like Eternals, it's like it's too super powered, too big, too like, I don't know, too extreme. So it's like
Mm-hmm.
you're basically seeing gods fighting, and it's like, yeah, I really don't care what happens to Earth at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And then Black Widow is the opposite of like, how is she a superhero? She doesn't have any superpowers. Her superpower is, wow, I can fight. That does not make you a superhero. And it's like Black Widow is still better than Eternals, but in my opinion, those are the two worst movies. And it's like the two extremes. It takes it to like, you got nothing, you should not be a superhero, to
Mm-hmm.
you're basically gods. You also should not be a superhero because you're too overpowered.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's like they showed the two extremes, and like they showed us like this is what Marvel is not. We're like in the
Mm-hmm.
middle, and it's like, yep, no, okay, we screwed up here. Go the other extreme. Nope, okay, we screwed up there. So let's stick in the middle. So how do we apply that to business? Because if we make the business like too super powered, then it's like it loses all impact. And if we make it underpowered, it's like, why am I even paying for this?
Oh,
Okay.
that's a great question. So here's how I would answer that question. So what
Really
is
hope you draw a big middle finger. That would be amazing.
that's There's nothing interesting about 5-minute Facebook groups. This is just a model that allows us to help you build a normal business in 5 minutes a day without too much overwhelm, without having to learn a bunch of stuff. We're just building a structure. You can put anything in it. It's a bookshelf. You stick books on there, you stick knickknacks, you can decorate it with whatever you want. The point is, this is not the magic. This is not the magic of what's going to make you successful. The thing that's going to make you successful is you. It's like, are you going to be yourself long enough for other people to see you in this business? Are you going to be yourself long enough that you start changing people and helping them get a better version of their selves because they've learned from you? Like, our system is not that special, but it gives us the platform for us to be who we are so much that other people start to believe in themselves again. It's like the thing that makes your business work is not somebody else's system. That's the worst reason to get somebody's system. The best reason to buy into something is like you say, oh, you know what, this is going to give me a vehicle to be me even easier, to be me more effectively. And like, you're the thing that's going to be the magic sauce in your business. It's you. Like, if we can help people realize that the thing that's going to make them the most successful is them, that's what they want to hear. And it's also true. And what's also true is that there's really nothing cool about 5-minute Facebook groups, and there's nothing that unique about it. The thing that's going to make this work is when this model falls in line with every other successful business, which is, how do you draw people into your world so that as the second they start experiencing you from the street, when you start getting in line, they start having the experience of, whoa, I want to come in, I want to go in this thing and see what it's like. And it's like, by the time you get ready to pay, you're like, here's the money. There's nothing special about our business, and there's nothing special about any business that makes money. It's
What
the
we're
people who
selling,
run it that are special.
what we're selling is, because I was thinking of like, movie theaters or
Mm-hmm.
concert halls or whatever. It's like everywhere you go, when you want to enjoy something, to consume
Mm-hmm.
something, results, you have to wait in line.
Mm-hmm.
What we're selling is the experience you're going to get inside is going to be exactly the same as every other place you go. The difference is
Mm-hmm.
you're going to wait in line for 5 minutes rather than 5 hours.
Mm.
That is the selling point. Like, you only have to do this for 5 minutes. Everything else is
Ooh.
exactly the same.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, that's the only unique thing about what we offer. And
Yeah.
that in itself is enough.
Dang.
Like, you want to get clients? Yes. You want to do it in only 5 minutes per day? Yes. Cool. Okay. Pay us $1,000
Mm-hmm.
and we'll show you how to do that.
Yeah. That's the unique. That's the thing. So the thing that makes it different is it's 5 minutes. The thing that makes it special is you. So it's like, you can go see a movie, you can stand in line for the one that everybody wants to go see, and you're still going to go into a dark theater. You're still going to sit your butt on a seat that somebody else was just sitting in 5 minutes ago. You're still going to like, your stomach's going to rumble and you're going to ask yourself, do I want to like overpay for popcorn, or am I just going to like wait till I get home and eat something?
Or
You're still going to watch a
sleep.
bunch of light in front of a screen and see people that aren't really there. But would you rather stand in line for like, 15 minutes to get your ticket to go inside, or do you want to get in the line where like nobody's waiting to see that movie? You can pick the seats that you want. It all depends on what kind of experience do you want. And if you don't care what movie you're going to see, if it's not about the movie, it's about how fast can I get in because it's freaking hot outside. Or it's like, I just want to sit down because me and my date like have been we've been on our feet all day. I don't know. If getting started quickly and feeling like you're making progress every day and not having to work super hard to feel that way is something that you want, that's why you should pick our business. Not because like our system is any better than like, paying for another $10,000 course with a big giant team and the super, like ClickFunnels and all of these, like everything will work if you do it. The thing is like some systems take more commitment and motivation, and you have to make it your own in a way where it takes more energy. We're just showing you, it's like, if you just do this in 5 minutes and just keep doing it, just a little bit at a time, just a tiny bit, and you can feel like you're building your business and making progress every single day. And you're learning how to tell great stories, find people who are willing to listen to you. You have a container that you can house a business in, and you don't have to, I don't know.
I'm just thinking, but because I'm thinking about the perfect webinar and like 3 secrets. So it's like the vehicle, internal, external. The vehicle is like you need to tell a story. You need to create your selling stories that you can sell yourself to your audience. External is, I think, just saying it's like it only takes 5 minutes per day. No matter what's going on in your life, you're always going to have time to do this. You have no excuse to fail. I feel like all we're missing is the internal. What exactly is that?
Yeah.
It's like the vehicle is the course itself. And what that unique is like, yeah, 5-minute Facebook group, yes, but it's like the 5 minutes is more external. It's less about the vehicle. So it's like, I think the vehicle is about that story. It's like all you need is a good selling story and put that in front of an audience. This vehicle teaches you to do both. So it's like, what would be their reason for saying, like, oh, I don't believe I can do this. Like, I believe the mechanism works. I believe that, yeah, okay, if you have a good story that you can tell and you understand how to build an audience so you can tell it to that story, yes, I believe that it's possible to get clients from that. It's like, okay, what will they believe? Like, why do they believe they personally won't be able to do it? It's like, what, I'm not good enough? Is it maybe like I don't have any stories to tell?
What if it doesn't matter? If the belief is like, how can I know that this will work for me? That's the question. Is where, like, what we've been able to do is take our group from, I want this, but I don't know how. I want this, but I don't believe in myself. I want this, but like literally everything that people are gonna go through. Like, I don't think there's any question that any of us in the mastermind like feel like
Hello?
we,
Hello? Hey, welcome back.
hey, that was weird.
I love how it's like, okay, this is it. I want, and then it stopped.
That's funny. But what I was gonna say is maybe that's how we talk about the mastermind, because we've taken, 4 people who wanted it to work but didn't know how. And I don't think there's any question that any one of us that was in the mastermind, like, we know it's gonna happen at some point. It's a matter of like, are we just gonna keep going in that direction? Like, if you quit, like, that's on you. But like, we all know we've gone through enough change and transformation and belief in ourselves that it's like, it almost doesn't matter what we're gonna do. We just have to find the thing that we're like, oh, okay, that's the thing that's gonna get us there. But it's like, we all know that we have the capacity and the ability to be successful. And we know we're gonna be successful. Like, we can build that into what we're doing in some sense, in some way. And it's like, it doesn't even need to be like something we teach or anything. It's just, like, we've done that for ourselves. Like, if you work with us, like, that's gonna rub off. You're just gonna know.
Yeah, I think you're right. So that's more on the delivery part, but I'm thinking more on the prompt part. So the webinars, like what
Hmm.
is that internal thing? Like once we convince them this is the right vehicle for you,
Hmm.
what are they like? What's going to be their biggest objection? Is it like, oh, I don't have any interesting story? Is it I don't have an audience? Is it I I haven't succeeded yet? Is it
Hmm.
like what is going to be that thing? Because you already have the vehicle
Hmm.
of like you need a good selling story and you need to
Yeah.
build an audience. That's what we're
Hmm.
teaching this. And then the external, it's like doesn't matter what's going on in your life. This only takes 5 minutes per day.
Mm. Yeah.
What is
Okay.
that?
So that feels to me like the kind of question that we shouldn't try to answer. It's like the real objections are going to be, what do people actually have objections for? Like, show it to them, and then it's like, this sounds
Yes.
cool, but I'm not going to sign up because X, Y, Z. It's like,
I mean,
oh,
yes,
okay.
beginning we still need something in order to finish the webinar to start giving it to people to sign up or not sign
Hmm.
up.
Well, I mean, we can just fill in like generic emotional objections that most people have. I mean, just look at other businesses and what do they normally say? It's like, this business will work for you across any niche, whether you have experience or not. It's like that, like all of those things, just use the random generic ones until people start, raising
Okay,
what
what if
they're
we
actually
break
saying.
it down? What if like the vehicle is your vehicle? The thing you need for success is you need a good selling story.
Hmm.
Then the internal objection is like, okay, but I don't have anyone to tell the story to.
Hmm.
We'll help you build an audience. Okay, the external is I don't have time. It only takes 5 minutes per day.
Hmm.
So we're walking them through of like, we're
Hmm.
showing them the course at the same time and overcoming the objections. So it's like,
Right. Hmm.
we're going
Oh,
to teach
so it's like,
you how to create your own selling
mhm.
story. Everyone has,
Yeah,
within them, including you. So we convince
yeah,
them, okay,
okay.
yeah, I have a
Hmm.
selling story within me. Then it's like,
Hmm.
okay, but you need to tell the story to someone. And if you're here, that means you don't have an audience because otherwise you would already be successful.
Hmm.
We're going to teach you how to build an audience. And then it's like, oh, yeah, but I don't know how to build an audience. Don't worry, because it only takes 5 minutes per day. So no matter what, you're going to be
Hmm.
able to do it very easily.
Yeah.
That overcomes all the objections. It checks all the boxes of vehicle,
Hmm.
internal, external.
Hmm.
And that's what we were missing before. When we were watching the
Yeah.
webinar, Russell Brunson, we're like, we see what he's doing. We feel, we understand, like he's showing the product, he's overcoming the objection. How do
Hmm.
we do that? And we didn't quite like piece it together. And I think with this structure, like we're hitting everything we need to hit.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me just write this down. So it's like we already know what we need to do in the webinar.
Hmm.
Uh,
That
all right, you know
makes
what? Let's just
that
go in the
makes sense.
webinar directly and update it.
Yeah, so it's like, okay, you need a great story, selling story. You need a sexy story for the face of your business. Like, well, I don't have a story. Yes, you do. Literally everybody has a story. It's like what you think and what you feel and the combination of the way that those things happen to you, that's your story. Nobody else has that. That's the thing that will make you different from everybody else. The thing that's going to make you successful is, how do you be the same that everybody is successful? It's like, that's what our system is. It's like, we show you how to make a reliable, successful, standard business that everybody, like, doesn't matter what form it takes, but you have to have all these same elements. Like, that's what our Facebook group shows you. How to get that story in front of people. It's like, well, I don't have any people. Well, that's what we're good at. It's been read by 7 million people. I've made TV shows that have been, seen in front of millions of people all around the world. I've been on the news. I've been on the radio. I've been, we know how to get in front of people. That's not a problem either. And we're going to show you how you can get your business in front of millions of people too. And it just takes 5 minutes a day, just a little bit at a time. So, okay, so I don't have a story. Yes, you do. I don't have any people. We'll show you how to build the audience and get the people. how do I know that this is gonna work for me? Well, it's like because we're building this on we're building on the DNA that is the same across successful businesses. We have like we're gonna do we have access to more than 200 businesses that are all making over 100 they're all making over $1 million. Um, that's what you're gonna be modeling your business
Dude,
after.
I just
We're
realized,
only copying the DNA of businesses that are successful.
dude, this perfectly ties into our 3 core principles. Because super normalcy is, oh, I'm not unique. Yes, but that's okay because everyone has a story within them. You can be normal, interesting, and successful. So that hits super normalcy. High performance is like, I don't have enough time. That's okay. It only takes 5 minutes. You can be lazy and still be successful. And then the fundamentals of business is like, I don't have an audience. It's okay. You can build an audience, and it's like the process of it is like chilling with your friends. You get to have fun while doing it. So I think we've just figured out how to tie everything together. We hit all 3 of those points, like the vehicle, internal, external. We hit all 3 of our business principles, and we walk them through like overcome the 3 biggest objections. I think we've cracked it.
I like it. I'll be right back.
Yeah, okay. I'm just wondering things, but I'm gonna think in my head. Dude, oh man, this is so genius. We're amazing, we're fucking rich. Ha. That is so cool. All right, so while you were gone, I was thinking about stuff, and we have everything that we need for the webinar. Because The origin story is the story of how we discovered the business best friends principle, or whatever. Like, we need a catchy name for that, but it's like those concepts of high performance laziness, the fundamentals of business, and super normalcy. It's like we explain that story, and then the three secrets represent exactly that. It's like, hey, that's what we create in our business, and it's like, let us walk you through it. So it's like, it's the perfect segue, the perfect intro. And it's like, everything is perfect because everything makes sense. It's like, that's why we're giving the webinar together. That's why you see me in the funnel, even though you're the one giving the course. That's why we have the Business Best Friends Mastermind. Like, everything is fully tied in and everything makes sense. And it's like, oh, business best friends. Okay, I understand everything now. And then it's like, hey, we created this course using these three principles that we came up with. And it's like, that's what the course is allowing you to do. So it's like, we've, without realizing it, figured everything out and tied everything together so perfectly that it seems like we're geniuses and we just did it all on purpose, but we just got lucky. Or maybe we're just so good, but like, we're subconsciously geniuses, just not consciously.
So help me have this epiphany bridge that you're on, because I'm still not quite seeing it. Like, from the audience's perspective, walk me through like the 3-minute version of the webinar. Like,
All right.
just kind of like roughly pitch it to me.
We both tried like dozens or hundreds of different ways to succeed at being an entrepreneur and failed over and over again. And it's not until we came together and became best friends and developed Floaching and decided to partner up that we realized we've been doing it wrong. We want to enjoy this process. So we decided, we came up with 3 different principles by which we want to live our life, our business life. And those principles are like high performance laziness. So being lazy, yet being productive. The fundamental of business. It's like, what is the, like, what do I need to do in business to be successful and enjoy it? And super normal. So like, we don't need to try to reinvent the wheel. We don't need to be original. We just need to do what has been proven to succeed. And we've discovered 3 secrets while doing that. And so secret number 1, it's like, you need, like, storytelling is what sells. That's why movies are so popular. That's why books are so popular. That's why TV shows are so popular. And we realized it's the same for business. You need to tell the story of your business, tell the story your, like, the journey your clients are going to go through with when they work with you. And the best to do that, and like the way to do that is to figure out, like, what is the selling story? What story can I tell that is going to sell me to my audience so they buy into me and want to buy from me, want to watch the equivalent of the movie? So your selling story is the trailer, and your product, whatever you're selling, your service, that is the movie.
Yeah.
So you need a selling story. And then you need to build an audience, because what's the point of having a great movie and a great trailer if no one is there to watch it? And we realized, like, the way to do that is building on, wait, which one is that? The fundamentals. It's like, all right, what if we can build an audience and have fun? Because, like, that's what we've been doing. We've been building our business by just hanging out together and having fun. And it's like the business is being created as a result of that. So it's like, all right, we've figured out a way how to build an audience and have fun. And it's like you're just hanging out with your family and your friends, and it doesn't feel like work. So it's like, okay, we built, like, we have a selling story. We found a way to build an audience to be able to tell the story to. Then it's like, how do we make it easy for them to buy into it? And what we realized is, like, we're really lazy people. We don't want to do the work. So we structured it in such a way that all you need to do is 5 minutes of work per day, because we know that we're not willing to do more. We're going to get distracted. So that's the mechanism that we built. And we use those 3 principles to create a process that walks you through step by step. So we're going to help you create your selling story. We're going to help you have fun building an audience. And we're going to allow you to do that in only 5 minutes per day. And then like, that's the basic structure. And then it's like, it's like you get all this and all that, but it's like, that's the basic thing. It's like we sell the concept of this is our life principle, like our business life principle. We live our business life by these 3 rules. Rule number 1 is this, we can help you do that. Rule number 2 is this, we can help you do that. Rule number 3 is this, we can help you do that. In fact, we bundled all this together into a detailed step-by-step course showing you exactly how to do that. Plus, you get all these amazing things, and all you pay is this price because we're pre-launching it, and we're going to interact directly with you rather than just have you do it for you, like have you do it. It's like we have everything that we need right here, right now. The only thing we need to do is like, we need to reorder the 3 business principles because they don't match the order in which we present them.
Okay.
We have the selling. So like selling story, that is super normalcy. It's like you're normal, but that's okay. You still have an interesting story within you. So we can teach you how to connect with people. So you don't have to be unique. You don't have to be original. You don't have to be entertaining. You don't have to be successful. You can just be normal. So that we need to be like, that needs to be the first principle instead of the third one, just within the webinar, just because like people will be confused if we present like super normalcy last, and then in the secrets we present it first, like from their like the brain's perspective, it just makes more sense to have the same order. So super normalcy should be first. Fundamentals of business should be second because that's community. And then high performance laziness should be last because that is it only takes 5 minutes per day. So let me just reorder that. So super normalcy. Fundamentals of business. So we just like flip the first and the third one. So instead of being high performance laziness, then fundamentals of business, then super normalcy, it's super normalcy, fundamentals of business, and high performance laziness. But everything else stays exactly the same. Like all we're missing now is we need a name, like a catchy title for this. It's like, this is our business best friends. I don't know what it is, like business best friends guide to the business galaxy. Like, I don't know, like we just need a name. That's what we live our business life by. And here are the 3 points. So it's like, you can be like the business best friends manifesto or whatever, like we come, but I feel like we need a clear title for that.
So in terms of like the marketing speak of like, this is what our webinar is.
I think well, it's just the webinars, like in the beginning, it's going to be the exact same thing that's on the opt-in page. So it's like, what if you could reach millions of qualified prospects for free in only 5 minutes per day? And then we begin with like 3 simple questions like, who is this for? What will you learn? What do we need from you? And then it's like, all right, yeah, this is us. This is who we are. And then introduce you, introduce me. Then we're business best friends and we live by this principle, and then present the name of like, hey, this is our business best friends manifesto. And it has 3 elements. It has super normalcy, which is we realize we've been trying to be unique. And that's what's been holding us back. All we need to do is be normal. So normal that we become unique and successful. Then the fundamentals of business, like we just want to have fun. So how can we approach business from a way that it never feels like work? And then high performance laziness of like, we know we're lazy. We've been trying to force ourselves to be productive for years and it doesn't work. So instead, let's approach this from what is the minimum amount of work we need to do to get the maximum amount of results? And then we tell the story of like, this is how we discovered these 3 principles. And then it's like, this is the hard way. It's like, you think you have to like be super original. You think you have to, hold on. You think you have to be like serious and professional and whatever. It's like, you need to work hard. It's like, yeah, okay, that's the hard way, the old model. The easy way, the new way that we've discovered is what we just told you. It's like, you can be normal, you can have fun, and you can be lazy. And it's like, we present the 3 secrets, which is exactly that. It's like a fancy way of conveying that. It's like, hey, everyone has a unique selling story within them. Even if you think you're normal. Secret number 2 is like, building an audience can be easy and fun or whatever. And secret number 3, it's like, you don't need to work hard. It only takes 5 minutes. And then you just go in and like present secret number 1, like, this is the vehicle. It's like, this is the framework name. This is the description. Like, this is the story of how we learned or earned this thing. Here are the basic strategies, like basic steps to do this. Social proof 1, 2, 3, and then move on. Secret number 2, the internal. It's like, oh, well, you don't have a community, but it's okay. You can build it. We can teach you how to do that and have a blast and not feel like you're working. Then work through the exact same steps. Then external is like, you may be overwhelmed. You may have a ton of stuff going on, but this only takes 5 minutes per day. And then you can eventually get to the point where you can get rid of everything and not have to do anything except this. So then it's just a summary. It's like, here's everything we've covered so far. So framework, like secret 1, 2, and 3. You're probably feeling overwhelmed, but you don't have to. So let me ask you a question. Like, if you had access to everything we just showed you, do you think you could be successful? And then, they're going to say yes, or even if they don't say yes because we don't get their feedback, it's like we wait a bit and be like, all right, so let us help you. Do we have your permission to spend 10 to 15 minutes telling you how you can do everything we just showed you? And then it's like, I'm sure you have some questions to like get started. It's like, what are you going to get? So present the 5 minutes Facebook group. Why did we create it? Just share a quick story of why we created this product. And then what's included. So like section 1, section 2, section 3. So the big overview. How will it be delivered? So it's like, we're in the pre-launch phase. We're doing this as a scholarship format. Here's like, we're restricting it to 12 people so everyone gets attention and blah, blah, blah. Then social proof. Then will this work for you? So like, yeah, it works for overall entrepreneurs. It works for coaches, for whatever. Just like rattle off a bunch of lists, and it's like, it can work for everyone because these principles are universal. Like, you don't have a group yet, that's okay. Or like whatever that biggest like obstacle is, to make sure we knock that down. So it's like, don't worry, like we create this course to fit your need wherever you are in your journey. Even if you're a beginner, like, just overcome that. Then it's like, so here's everything you're going to get when you claim your scholarship, and then go through the value stacks. It's like 5-minute Facebook groups. This is the value. Daily live implementation. This is the value. And just walk through that until you get to the end where, okay. It's like, all right. Then once you present everything, it's like, all right, if you did all this, oh no, sorry. If all this did was, it's like, finally allow you to fill in the blank. Like, would it be worth it? Help you fill in the blank. Would it be worth it? Give you fill in the blank. Would it be worth it? Get them to like say yes. And then it's like, all right, we had 2 questions or 2 options when we created this. So option 1, we charge a low price and try to get as many people as possible. Or option number 2, charge a higher price and give people personalized attention and ensure that they actually get what they pay for. And it's like, all right, how much is our offer? So like, how much is, well, I don't know exactly what we're going to pitch here, but whatever it is, like, how much is this worth you? So it's like, let's say this allowed you to get 3 high ticket clients per month. How much would that be worth to you? $1,000, $5,000 more? It's like, how much would you pay to get whatever the result we're promising? It's like, the launch price for this is going to be $1,997. And that won't even include the daily live implementation, the 2 fast action bonuses, the 90-minute selling story call, and the chance to win the done for you version, which is a total value of $25,997. So once it launches, people will not get that. But it's still worth it because, and then we just rattle off a list of benefits. It's like, it's going to allow you to have fun. It's going to allow you to not be overwhelmed. It's going to allow you to whatever. It's like all that. And it's like, so you get all that we just talked about plus, and then another like value stack listing everything they're getting. So if you claim your scholarship today, all you pay is 997. And it's like, that's a 97.05% discount. Or just because I'm like, I want to add a little fun in this, like the nerd version is 33,776 times 2.95% equals 997. And then claim your scholarship now, and then we have the link. It's like, just go to 5minfbgroups.com/order, and you can order, and then like move on. Like now you have two choices. Option one, you do nothing, go back to your normal life, nothing changes. Or option two, take a leap of faith, believe in yourself, commit, and start getting results you always wanted. And from the point where we introduce the URL, every single other slide after that has the link underneath. So as we're going through that last part, they always have the option to like, okay, I can go order right now. And then money back guarantee. So why are we doing this? Like, why are we doing pre-launch? Why are we charging half price? So it's like, just explain like, hey, we're doing this because we want to make sure when we launch, it's the best version it can be. We want to help people. We want to have actual connection, get feedback, create those mystery bonuses. We want to help people. So it's like, list all the reasons why we're doing this. And then mention like, there's only 12 spots available. So make sure you act now because you could be missing out. And then also, once you go to the order page, there's a 60-minute timer that's going to start. And once that timer expires, you lose your fast action bonuses. And then, all right, just to review, fast action bonus one is the 90-minute selling story call with Aaron. Then your chance to win the done for you version. And if you don't act within the first 60 minutes, you lose that. So once again, orders like value stack, like here's everything you get, the total value. And then final slide of this is everything you get, total value, or the price you pay, and the link to go buy it in big. And then we can have like a session after that of like, hey, if anyone has any questions now, just post in the comments. We're going to answer them. And then as we start getting comment or questions and stuff like that, we can then come and add them to the webinar. So it's like, hey, we've had people like ask questions. These are the most common questions. So let's just quickly go over them and address them right now. And like that, kind of like we saw Russell doing in the webinar. So you had like, I think 22 minutes of answering common like questions to overcome obstacles. And that gives them time to buy within that window. It's like, for now, we don't need to do that. I think we have pretty much everything right now. We just need to flesh it out. Like, all right, what exactly is the story that we're telling? What are the graphics that we need in order to tell that story? Who's going to be telling which part? But I feel like a good 80–90% of what we need is already right here.
Nice. So
I didn't realize, like, when I was doing this, I'm like, I feel like I was just doing the template and filling in the blanks, but no, we already have pretty much everything we need.
This is pretty cool.
It is.
So should we just literally step through the presentation and like jot down the stories? And, like those could be the stories that I do first.
I guess, yeah, we need to figure out, because what are the stories? Well, the initial stories, like what is the story that we can tell that shows how we discovered those three principles?
Okay. So
hey, we're business best friends. This is how we became business best friends, and this is how we came up with the business best friends manifesto, or whatever we call that. To kind of like explain, like, this is our origin story. This is who we are. This is how we discovered this. And I don't know if there's an actual story, if we're going to have to like blend different stories together. I don't know.
all right. So I would say,
Dude, we need at least a poop joke.
I mean, a what?
We
A
need at
poop
least
joke?
one.
Okay, so a poop joke. Um,
Let's try to remember how we discovered this. Like the super normal, like the normal thing. Like I remember it was that day when you're like, oh, I got coached yesterday, and it made me realize like I'm afraid of being alone because like I feel like I won't exist if there isn't people around me. And it's
mhm,
like the way to do that, it's like I'm always trying to be unique, always trying to prove myself, always trying to like impress people and everything. It's like we thought like, oh, we need to like push even more, but then we came to the realization of no, it's the opposite. We just need to be normal. It's like, I don't know about you, but I remember like when we realized that, I remember the sensation of just like feeling like a weight was lifted off my shoulders. Like, I don't need to be special. I don't need to be unique. I can just be normal. And that was such a
mhm,
relief. And I think like that was the first like domino, and the other two came as a result of that.
mhm,
So it's actually good when you think about it that super normalcy comes first.
mhm.
Without knowing it, that was the first domino. And that's the first step in the webinar. So it's like everything's working out perfectly, even though we didn't plan it that way. So it's perfect. It's like in the story, we present it in that order. So that means that step number 2 in the story would be how we discovered the importance of having fun. And then step 3 would be like, we're just lazy. Dude, I love this, how this works so well. Because it's like, hey, this is who we are. These are the values that we hold. This is the story explaining how we discovered those values and turned them into a principle by which we live our life. And then here are the ways that you apply this to your business.
Mhm.
And then again, it's like, hey, let us teach you how to do exactly that. So it's like, I love how everything's just falling together so perfectly. It's like we planned it, but we really didn't. And I love how the first part, like, it's like the opt-in page of what if you could reach millions of qualified prospects
Mhm.
for free in only 5 minutes per day. It's like, yeah, okay, the free and the millions of prospects, it draws them in, but it's really the 5 minutes that intrigues them. And it's
Mhm.
like the 5 minutes is the end. That's the last part of the entire thing
Mhm.
before we present. So it's like open the loop, go through the entire story, walk them through everything, close the loop by being like,
Mhm.
it only takes 5 minutes per day. And that
Mhm.
entire process opens the next loop of, do you want to be able to do everything we just showed you?
Yeah.
It's like we're doing perfectly exactly everything we realized we need to do.
Uh-huh.
And if it was subconscious or we just got lucky, but we're really good at this. See, this is what I love about what we do. The whole like floating, and I feel like, you know, the business best friends, like that is an easier way to describe what it really is. Just like we don't ever need to discuss floating. That's just our own name for it. Business best friends is like those three principles. Like that's what makes floating work. And it's like, I love how everything's just like seems to be happening by itself. Like, you know, we came up with floating, like, this is so effective. I wonder if we can find a way to monetize it. Nah, we shouldn't try to force it. It's like everything just happens seemingly by itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, all we need is the story. So the origin story, which we can tell together if you want, but it's up to you. And then since you're the one teaching the course, it makes sense if you're the one who presents everything else. So it's like starting at the 3 secrets, you're kind of like on till the end, and then it switches to the close, then kind of like switches to me. So the intro, the first part, we can like jump back and forth between the two of us. And then you do like the first part, I do the second part. And yeah, I think that's all we need. So it makes sense that it's your 3 stories to demonstrate that, since you're the one teaching the course, you're the one presenting them. So first story, like origin story, it's the both of us. And then the other 3 stories have to be your stories. So what would be your story explaining how you discover the importance of having a selling story?
Um,
And I mean, maybe we don't need to do it right now, because now you know, like, okay, I need this story, that story, that story. And then it's just a question of like, and sit down, think about it, and just figure out like, all right, these are the 3 stories. And then when you have them, we just come back in, like fill in the blanks.
yeah. Okay, so I think the importance of having a selling story is like I can tell like I was on TV in front of millions of people and I didn't make a sale. I didn't get any followers. It's like I don't exist to people even though I was in front of millions of people. Contrast that with when I had a great story to tell and that's all I had was a story. I didn't have anything else. I went to um I went to someone with a story like I want to go to this film festival to show a film and I want money to go to this film festival. I got 2 people to fund my trip. I got a free place to stay. I got a group of people to help me actually make the films that we didn't have. When I sold them on that idea, I said, "Hey, I want to go to this film festival and show a film that I made." I didn't share that like I didn't have a movie. I hadn't made anything yet, and I just wanted to go to the film festival, and I wanted to have other people go with me. I said, "We want to go to this thing. Will you let us go? And will you fund it? Like, and it will be a school trip. It will be like a departmental thing." And so like we got the money to go, and then we're like, "Shit, we need to like make some films." We funded it before we actually made anything.
Okay.
Like this is how business works is you tell a great story, which is we have some students who are excited and want to go to this film festival. They're going to get their work screened. It's like we told that story before any of it had happened, and then it became true.
I like this, but I think this is the wrong story.
Hmm.
Remember in the Facebook group you created about creating stories, and you told that stories about Mr. Rogers. I think that is the story you need to tell.
About having never met him, but he still changed my life.
Exactly. That is the power of a selling story.
Yeah. Yeah, you can transform somebody's life even without having interacted with them directly. The story is you. And you're now able to go to millions of places without showing up. Like you're able to be everywhere at once. It's like a story turns you into God. In a sense, it's like you can know the things that they need to know. You can say the things, like you can be there for them. It's like, and you never have to actually physically be present. It's like a story allows you to be what they need, in many, many, many ways. It's like a story is so utilitarian in a way that just like having a product or being there in a conversation is not. Okay, so Mr. Rogers would be the story. Okay, so that's the, you need a story, you need a space, and you need symbol.
I mean, I'm not super familiar with Mr. Rogers,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm just wondering, like, do we need to tie in the other element of like, he's just a normal guy, but his ability to tell stories allowed him to reach millions of people.
Oh
Because
yeah,
then
I mean,
in not only the selling story, like not only the story aspect, but we tie in the you can just be a normal person
mhm.
aspect.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like I know so much stuff about Mr. Rogers because I've read biographies and stuff. Like I can cherry pick all of the non-marketing aspects of him. It's like he was bullied as a kid. He's like somebody who like um his parents got a like made him make friends with another boy who had an air conditioner so he could like play, because he had asthma. He couldn't go outside and play, so he like, you know, his parents were like, you know, made him make friends with this other kid so he could just stay indoors during the summer. And like um, like he struggled expressing his feelings, so he would like play the piano instead of talking about it. And, just constantly would escape reality by telling stories to relate to things. And that's how he like learned to understand himself and what was important to him.
All right, so let's try to find stories, or at least tell the story in such a way that it includes both elements.
Hmm.
As an example, like first one we just discussed, second one would be like having fun
Hmm.
and power of a community.
Yeah.
Whatever story you tell, it's like it could be the story with what now I'm stuck with Rogers with what's his name? Roy. Like Roy, like
Uh-huh.
telling before, like that's why you discover the power of storytelling, or sorry, the power of community. And it's like,
Hmm.
how do you tie in the element of fun into that? Like, what makes
Hmm.
community special? It's like you have fun, you feel like you belong, you're like hanging out with friends.
Hmm.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, it could be that story. You're the one who knows whatever the story is best, but let's try
Yeah.
to it has those two elements into it.
Hmm.
And then let's see. The third one, is laziness. Do you have a lazy story?
Not wanting to exercise.
I feel like I have so many. That's my entire life.
Yeah. I mean, I think the thing that it shows being lazy in a high performance way is like us feeling like we had failed a gajillion times and then like having a conversation, realizing that we're both people who've been in front of millions of people again and again. Like the fact that we have stuff that is unique about us, like our experience and what we're able to do, like realizing that and not having to have done any work to have created that. It's like we were working so hard to create something. It's like the like who we were already was what was valuable. And literally everything that we're showing people in this presentation and the business that we built was not even really something that we worked to do. It just we've been the work that we've been doing is just like how do we show what we already have done? How do we talk about, oh, this is something that's a part of us. Like we didn't have to build anything new.
Maybe it's like in this one, if there's a story that illustrates like being lazy, it's like that's one element of it, but it's like principle of doing less to earn more. It's like we realize like the more we get rid of, the less that we do, the more results that we get because we're not spreading ourselves thinner. So it's like by doing less, we're concentrating our essence into being more productive.
Mm-hmm. Oh, well, I could talk about having like trained my teams in a way that like I didn't have to be the one doing the work. And so like my boss wrote wrote a recommendation about like what was it? It's in the social proof folder. It's like success is when it runs without you. And so like part of the reason I went from having like a part-time job to a full-time job at not at the local campus level, like at a small part of the organization, but like as a part of uh, the main like organization's network. They asked me to come on staff full time to like be in charge of their, all of their online content. So I went from a campus of like 400 people to um, our online campus was by far the largest. We had like 20,000 some, uh, just under 20,000, I think, people when we were when I came on, and then we expanded that reach to like um, on YouTube, we probably added another 6 or 7 thousand subscribers. On TikTok, we got another 20,000, like brand new to our brand. Um, so it's like expanded my influence from like hundreds to tens of thousands for sure. And we definitely reached over a million, like over a million unique people in, I don't know, the year that I was there on staff.
So what would be a story that could like illustrate you discovering the value of this? So it's like, as an example, like, I don't know if that's a story that actually happened to you. It's like, let's say back when you were working in like video, it's like in the beginning, you were like, do everything. And then you realize like, the more I delegate, the less I do, the more effective everything is.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Point where it's like I was barely doing anything, but that was yielding way better results than when I was trying to do everything.
Yeah. Yeah,
It
I
was
would
like,
say okay, so that's a good way of looking at it. It's like I got paid and hired as an expert to work. Like I'd get paid like 10 grand to show up, and the team would do everything else for me, and I would just push a button. Like that's the amount of value that I was providing. Was I was doing one thing, and it was a small piece of the puzzle. When I ran my teams, I basically got to the point where I was just creating SOPs. I would create a list of do these things in this order, make sure that people were trained on how to do it, and then I would just step back and let everybody actually do the work. The times that I got in the trouble the most was when I would try to do everything myself. Like I got to work on my dream project. Not the thing that I wanted to do so bad was like create. I moved to California, hoping I would like get a chance to work on feature films, which I did. I worked on a feature film with um, Shasir Zamata, whatever her name is from SNL. Um, I I wanted to work on a sitcom. Like I wanted to make something, and my job said you can do whatever you want, make whatever you want. So I was like, well, I'm definitely making a sitcom. So like I tried to do everything. I wrote the script. I recruited everybody. I was directing it. I was going to edit it. I was doing the the motion graphics. I all but like I was gonna try and write some music for it, but I was just doing too much, and I wasn't listening to input from anybody because I wanted it to be my thing, and like it was a disaster. Like it bombed. It was the thing that I wanted to do the most, and I tried to do it all, and it bombed. It absolutely did not work. And what I found is like the less that I did, the more successful that I was. The more that I delegated the work and had let other people do it, um, like that was what people pay me to do. Is when I do less and I let other people do more. Um, that's what that's what success is about. It's not about being the star. It's about being part of a bigger system where you enable everyone to shine. High performance laziness is about doing a lot less so you can be way more successful.
okay, I love this story because it shows like I wanted this so much. I tried so hard and I ended up killing this because I was trying to do too much. And it's like
Mhm.
that's what I realized like if I tried to do less, that probably would have worked. And it's like that was something I cared about so much that it's I never want to do that again. And I don't
Mhm.
want anyone else to do that, which is
Mhm.
why we structured it in 5 minutes because we don't want you to kill your business by trying to do too much.
Yeah.
That is a really powerful story. So how would I call this story? You know what I love about this? It's like, okay, it sucks. It's like it's the typical like I'm gonna go to Hollywood and make a dream. It's like, yeah, you destroyed that by trying to do everything. It's like
Mhm.
it's sad, but at the same time, like it taught you such a valuable lesson.
Yeah. It's the FU story. I mean, fire all the unnecessary stuff. There's so much stuff that needs to get done that you should not be doing.
I'm just wondering, like, would it be worth finding other stories like that for the first two, where it's like I like destroyed myself, and that's how I realized like that is not the answer. I don't want you to have to go through that process because I feel like that's
Mhm.
even more. Even though like when you tell the Mr. Rogers story, like
Mhm.
it's an impactful story.
Mhm.
I watched that video of you like explain like twice, and I'm like, that is a very impactful story. Like the way you tell, because it is so meaningful to you, it's
Mm.
impactful. So it's like maybe we can keep that one. But what was the second one? Roy's Bible group, like study group. Like, is there
Mm.
another story that illustrates the if like the principle of having fun and like the power of community that has that same element of the Hollywood story of like
Oh yeah,
I
yeah.
tried
I
and it
mean,
blew up in my face.
yeah, absolutely. So this is another example of like the community that I was the media producer for. So we had this thriving young adult uh, church. I mean, basically, the campus is at a university. So it's the church for all of the university and graduate students. So educated, young adults, like bunch of singles, like that's who the audience is. So the main church is actually mostly like old people. It's this huge church with like 2,000 members, and the main the main people who attend are like, super old old people. I mean, one of the things that's really interesting about Loma Linda is that it's a blue zone, which is in the China study, which is one of the biggest, like
Yeah.
most heavily researched, like people just live a long time in Loma Linda. There's lots of like old, healthy people there. So that's who goes to that church mostly, even though it's right at the heart of the campus, like the university campus. So there was this offshoot that started as kind of like a class that became its own young adult church. And it was sort of like kind of in competition too, but it was like under the umbrella of the university church. So I was brought in to be the the media producer in charge of like that young adult ministry. And they were super successful. They had real community. And part of what made the community work is all of the work was distributed to everybody. Everybody felt like an owner. We didn't have our own space, so we borrowed space from the university. We met in a basement, like in one of the like amphitheaters where they have, like you see in the hotel ballrooms where it's like they have those dividers and you can do corporate events and stuff. They had spaces like that, auditorium spaces where it was built for lectures and galas and that kind of thing. That's where we would meet. And so we had to bring in equipment and set up chairs. I had to have my team, like it started off just me. I would bring in all of the equipment, like the stuff for the TV show, all of the cameras, all of the broadcast gear. And then I've got a team. We would like everybody had to pitch in and help every single week. We set up, tear down the event, like the venue. So everybody felt connected to what was going on because they were helping contribute and build what was happening. So they would get there the night before. There would be like dozens of people that would set stuff up. They would talk. We would have pizza. We would all connect. Contrast that with they rolled the young adult ministry, which had become like a full fledged church, and they're like, we don't want this to be in competition. We're all like on the same team, so let's like you guys come in to the main space, the main auditorium. So you're now officially sanctioned as part of the university church, and it's like we're going to give you access to our you know they've been on TV for years, like it's a big mega church that have a broadcasting network and stuff. And so like we had like full like the whole building was set up to broadcast like professional stuff. And so we came in. So now we're doing um, the church organization is essentially taking over all of the stuff that the community was doing. It's like now the space is already set up because there's already pews. The all of the broadcast equipment, we're now using the broadcasting equipment that's part of the church. That's part of like we're not having to set up and tear down things. Like the church is handling that. They're providing a space where all of that stuff is there. And so like all of these things that we were kind of like doing for free as a part of the experience is now being taken by the organization. It's being taken on. It's like, oh, here's less that you have to do. We'll take care of that. We'll provide this. We'll do this. We'll do that. And all you guys have to do is show up. That's it. We're handling all of the responsibility for you guys, so that it's like it's our church. It's our thing. And what we found is that nobody had any reason to connect anymore. Like, you just show up and you sit in the seat and you hear something and then you leave. There wasn't this shared experience of, I'm helping build this, I'm helping contribute, I'm showing up, I'm doing stuff with my friends on a Friday night when I don't have to, but I come here because I get to. And it totally destroyed the community that was happening. There wasn't a space to hang out before or after, because there was services on either side of us, like before and after. There wasn't like a courtyard. There wasn't a hangout space for people to connect. And because the organization took on all of this responsibility, it's like, oh, you don't have to go out and find a space. We'll give you a space. Oh, you don't have to set anything up. Like, we already have everything all set for you. You don't have to you don't have to do all these things and come early and provide breakfast bar and stuff. Just like, we'll do all the work, you guys just come. And what we found is that because they had no ownership, they didn't have any connection. By taking over all of that stuff, they actually killed it. It doesn't exist anymore.
I like how this kind of sells the idea of, like, everyone's just like, I just want to help my clients. I want to like hand off the audience. Like that's what makes a business. That's the lifeblood of the business.
Right.
It's like, we're not telling you like, hey, you can hand this off. We're showing you how to do it in the simplest, funnest way possible.
Yeah.
So you actually enjoy it.
Yeah. Okay. So I think I know the little tweak that needs to happen. I need to tell this story from the perspective of the church organization, not from the community. That, like, because what I was struggling with is like, what I needed to do is, we had this group that was very successful on their own, but they were doing all the work. They were setting up chairs, they were bringing in all the equipment, they were like coming meeting the night before, and we said, like, the organization said, hey, we'll provide you a space, we'll provide you the equipment, we'll provide you a place for you to meet and have your worship experience. And what we found is, like, by taking on all of that stuff for them, it destroyed their ability to create community, because it took away the opportunity for them to connect. It took away, there was no space for like meeting time after and before. I think it was really hard to see. The first time I told it, I provided more detail, but it wasn't clear, like, which side or which perspective I was trying to focus on. And if we're trying to tell the story of like high performance laziness, is like, doing less actually creates more success.
Actually, for this one, we're trying to sell the fundamentals of business. So fundamental of business and the importance of community.
Okay, I gotcha. I didn't realize that was the fundamentals of business would be like building community.
The Hollywood one was the laziness.
Okay, gotcha.
And like not trying to do everything. So it's like, the more that you do, the more you're going to destroy what you love. So it's like, you have to be lazy and only do what you need to do. That's going to allow you to be more successful. That's why you only need to do 5 minutes of work per day.
Right.
This one is really like stories. Like, we want you to enjoy the process of building your community. You're building your family. You're building like your tribe. You're building your business. We want you to love that process.
Yeah.
Like, that was
okay.
Like, that's what I love. Like, do you have a story of like you trying to build a community the wrong way and failing, and that made you realize, oh, okay, I'm doing it wrong because I'm not enjoying the process. I'm not connecting with people for real. I'm just trying to get out. Like if you have a failure story like that, and that makes you realize this is the wrong way, the right way is I need to have fun. I need to be myself. I need to connect with people and treat them as, like if you have a story that illustrates that, that would be perfect.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So yeah, I would share that story in context with, or in contrast to, the way that Roy built uh, his community, which is like very similar, the same kind of thing. It's like, but instead of taking on all of the responsibility and all of the, like, we're gonna just do everything for you, and all you have to do is show up. They have a volunteer team of like 115 people. Like, Roy's doing almost nothing. He started by inviting like 18 people to come, and he hasn't invited anybody since. Now it's like hundreds of people, standing room only. They have an invitation. They have like a reservation system for their thing.
So what is the timeline of this? Roy, did that happen before or after?
No, it happened after. It's like after the young adult ministry that died happened, they kind of like shoved him off to the side. So he was actually brought in to handle the transition of that community. The guy that started, he took another job. So they're like, oh, this community is going to be homeless. Well, let's take on all like, let's invite them in. And so then Roy was like, he was brought in to be the leader and the speaker. And so there was some like politics and stuff involved, but basically he was the new face. He was working to build community and connect with people, but like all of the aspects of what makes a community work were taken away when the organization tried to provide everything. So you have this new person, and then there's no opportunity to actually connect with people. So it just died. And so then it was like, well, Roy was the new one, so it was probably his fault. So it's like, now you're the resource pastor. You just sit in an office and you just go create like resources, and you won't be in front of anybody. So he just sort of quietly started a class. He invited like a dozen people, a couple dozen people, like 18 people showed up the first week, and then they just kept meeting every week. And uh, he let people chip in and help when they're like, hey, would it be great if we had snacks? Hey, it'd be really awesome if we had greeters. It'd be awesome and he just like let people contribute, like, it'd be awesome if we did this. It'd be awesome if we did this. Like, what if we did this? And he started with saying like, we just need some small snacks so that people like come, they're not feeling hungry, so they're paying attention, that kind of thing. That thing has blown up into like they serve a full-on breakfast bar to like 400 people, and it's all volunteers. They're all like doing the work beforehand during the week and like getting the food, like it's like a cafeteria buffet kind of thing. And it's because he recognized from the other experience, like you have to give people some way to buy in, some way to participate, where they feel like they have something that they're contributing, and what they are, like who they are, and showing up and being involved is part of a valuable contribution to the bigger system. And most people try to run their business in a way that's like, um, you just sell them a commodity, like a broom. It's like you have no community with a broom company. Like, when have you done repeat business with? What's that?
You just sweep all the problems under the rug.
Yeah, exactly.
Right,
anyway, so I think we have the bare bones of what we need for that.
Yeah, like this can definitely work. I'm just wondering, like, let's not like lock ourselves into that just yet. So it's like, because that's what I love about that last story, the Hollywood story. It's like, it's a personal story that happened to you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's a story of your failure and you realized I did it wrong? Like, do you have a story that would illustrate that for community and like having fun? Like, I don't know if you have a story, but it's like if you have a personal story that you can tell, that's going to be even more powerful than you just like explain like, hey, I was watching this and I saw this happen. It's like, okay, yeah, that works. But if it's you personally, like it's even more powerful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. When I was in, when I got to college, I mean, I think I could tell that story. That's pretty good example of a failure. I didn't have any friends like growing up, and so like I went to school expecting like this is I'm gonna make some friends. Like that's what I want. Is I want to find some people that I can be friends with because I kind of grew up feeling lonely, and that's sort of why I went to books is like to have some sort of experience. Uh, but I got to school and I introduced myself to every single one of my freshman class. That like over 200 kids my age, and I didn't. I ended up that semester having no friends, and I actually lived on campus, and I was like, screw this. So I went home. I quit living in the dorm, and I was like, I don't know how to make friends. Apparently, I don't know how to build community. And so it was that was the point when I realized like I don't know what lets people connect. So I started paying attention from that point and like having to learn. I was weird. I was a really awkward person. I have a video I can show you of like how like my body posture is just terrible. Like I'm just very awkward on camera. Just like I have some, and that was like 3 or 4 years into my college experience, and I still come across as like very uncharismatic and um, you know sort of insecure, and it's just yeah, it's just funny kind of looking back over that period of my life. But yeah, I would say in terms of like community and how I earned that like piece of knowledge of how important that was and how to do it right, I would say it came out of a desire to be connected to people. And when I got my shot to like really try, like I failed like 200 times trying to connect with people when I really wanted it. I didn't know how to talk to people in a way that they appreciated. I didn't know how to have fun in a way that didn't make me seem like a weirdo.
So what was when was the moment when you realized like when you had that epiphany, that transformation of like, because I love this story just because it's very personal and very real. And it's like
Mm,
people can connect with that. Even if they were popular in high school, it's like someone tells that story, people are like, yeah, okay, I can relate. So what
hmm
is that twist that you can add at the end where it's like what's that thing that happened that made you realize like, okay, the reason I wasn't able to is because I wasn't having fun. I wasn't treating people as my family. It's like I was just treating them as like a task I need to complete or whatever that is. Like,
Yeah. Um, I didn't realize it until years later, like what I was doing wrong and how I went about fixing it. But I would say I can look back now and show you how I started learning that process. was when we went to the film festival. I wasn't trying to be it. I wasn't trying to have friends. I wasn't trying to connect with people. I was like, hey, here's this thing that I want to do, and I know there's other people around me who also kind of value this. Like, we're filmmakers, or we want to be. We like stories. We want to tell some cool stories. Um, and dang, going to a film festival would be awesome. It's like that was something that other people wanted to do. And what happened was we automatically became lifelong friends because we had a shared experience over something that we all valued. I didn't recognize that at the time. Like, that was the first community that I built, was that group of filmmakers that I took from Texas to California. And we made a documentary about that trip, that we showed at the film festival. Like, that was part of how we got into the film festival, is we called them, said, hey, we want to show a film of us like driving out to the film festival and like showing a film there. But like, I learned so much about marketing and about giving people what they want, and that is what creates connection. I didn't realize that that's what I was learning. That experience taught it to me, but it's only like now, knowing what I know consciously, looking back, that's what I was doing. That's how I began making friends. That's how I began connecting with people. By what is it that they want? What is it that they're already excited about, that you are too? Like, that's how you find the people who are a great fit for your business. It's like, you share, you talk about the things that you value in order for other people who value those things to start to be connected to you.
Okay, so I realized we might have been approaching this from the wrong angle, because we're thinking we need a story. It's like illustrates like, hey, I tried the wrong way and I failed, and then I realized what I was doing wrong, and this is the right way to do it. Let me save you the trouble. But what if it doesn't have to? What if the college story is just like the first part? It's like you explain everything, and it's like that's the moment you became obsessed with understanding community, how to build it.
Mhm.
And then you can like kind of like tell the quick overview of like, I became obsessed and I spent the next like 10 years of my life trying to understand it. And it wasn't until, and then you have like a second small story where it's like, you just explain the moment where it's like, that's when it clicked. That's when I understood what I did wrong back in college. And now I understand what's really important. That's where you tie in this like the fun element and the power of community. It's
Mhm.
like giving people what they want. So do you have another maybe like
Right.
story that illustrates that moment where it just kind of like clicked for you?
Hmm. I mean, yeah, I guess where it really started to become a conscious process for me is uh like when I really read My 12 People, like the 12 People You Love that Roy wrote, and I was like, I need to do this. I need to actually like do all of the things in this book if I'm gonna like sell it authentically. Like, it wasn't until I actually made my own list of people and I started connecting with them and reaching out to them. It's like, I'm not doing this for anything. I'm not trying to get anything from you. I'm not trying to be better friends with you. It's like, I'm literally doing this because my job and the assignment of becoming a better version of myself is I need to learn how to connect with other people where I'm not trying to get anything out of it. I need to do, and it was like I've been doing that most of my life, but it wasn't until that moment that I realized that that was why I've been able to be successful. It's like I was doing it sort of unconsciously, because I had to. It was part of my job, like getting people on board with stuff. But I hadn't really stopped to think about why is this working, and it was in in building friendships with people and saying, I don't want anything from you. I'm just doing this because I have the ability to let you know I appreciate you, I value you being in my life. If I can do anything so that you feel that, so that you know how much I appreciate you, figuring out what that is and showing up and doing that. Just, sometimes it's like a phone call or spending time with the person. Sometimes it's like writing them a note or sending them a gift. It can take all kinds of different forms, but doing stuff where there is no purpose or point to doing it other than you just making the other person's life better. That's the only reason. It wasn't until I had that experience on purpose over and over again for that group of a dozen people that I started to connect. It's like, oh, this is the actual process of how it works. It's like it's not about me. It's about what is it that is important in their life, and that's how you show up. And as I look back at all of the things that I've done that have been really successful when I've tried to build community, and now the times that I've failed, it's like I was either doing that or wasn't. And the times I made it about me was when I failed. The times that I made it about them is when I had a lot of success.
I like it, but is there a specific, because I feel like you're kind of explaining the big story of like, hey, I read this book and it allowed me to realize this. Like, is there a moment where it's like, hey, I read this book and it was teaching this principle and I started applying it. And then when I got on the third person, something happened and that's when it all clicked. Like, if you can zoom down to that exact
Mm-hmm.
point, that's what
Mm-hmm.
people are going to connect with.
Mm-hmm. I feel like this is an area where I feel like it's more useful for the audience to just kind of take some creative license and like connect the film festival story to the I didn't have friends in college. It's like that's still part of that college experience, and it was like one of the first times that I was really sort of like I did this, and this is why it was working. Like I don't need to really. The Epiphany Bridge is like something that you're supposed to experience, and it doesn't really matter like when exactly I became conscious of it, but it's like if I can pull those two things together, it's like, do you see how this is working? Do you? Because I'm giving them the same experience that I had. It just happened to be like years later that I really truly understood it, and like that's when I kind of built out my little framework of like the thing that makes you unique is your perspective. The things that we bond over is our values. The things that that we choose is our identities. Um, and it's all related to like our feelings and our thoughts and our actions and like how those different permutations like get folded over each other. Like all of that stuff, I don't think anybody cares. Nobody wants the teaching part. Nobody cares when we learn it. But it's like if I can tell the stories, like, so I really wanted to connect with people, but I got to college and I talked to 200 people and I found out I didn't know how to make friends. So I had to learn. And I went through 2.5, almost 3 years of being in college and still struggling to make friends. I was sitting with strange people at the cafeteria, and I would introduce myself. I would, talk to the people who sat beside me in class. I just couldn't figure it out. And it was when I stopped trying to make friends and I started doing the things that I wanted to do that other people wanted to do as well. And I started bonding with them over shared values. I actually ended up building a community of filmmakers who went to a film festival together. I'm friends with all of those guys still. Like those guys are like lifelong friends that I've made because we bonded in an experience over something that we all valued, which is telling great stories and making things on film that like didn't matter. Trying to make friends is the wrong thing to have as your objective when you want to make friends. When you want to make friends, you gotta figure out what is it that they like that you do too. What is it that they want that you can connect with them. And if there's not nearly enough overlap, it's like you're trying to force the outcome. There's not enough to do, and that's the same thing with your business. It's like you need to find the people who actually want you anyway. Um, Instead of trying to sell them your business, like just tell them what it is and why you're doing it long enough for the right people who's like, oh, that's a guy I want to do business.
I just think it's very important. Like, let me give you an example. It's like the importance of being yourself, of not holding yourself back. It's like I can explain the principle, like share like an overview story, but it's more impactful if like, yeah, I was homeschooled, so I didn't really like, I wasn't very good at interacting with people. And then when I started going to high school, there was this girl that I really liked and I had a crush, but I was too shy to speak to her. So eventually I worked up the nerve to, get her to meet me in the library, and she just never showed up. And it got out that like I liked her and everyone knew, and everyone was asking me like, hey, have you asked her out yet? To the point where one day she came right before my class and right outside the class, she told me, I'm not interested in you. And I turned around and I saw that everyone heard. And that was the most embarrassing like experience of my life at that moment. And for the next 5 years, I just held myself back. Once I was done at that school, I took a year off to write a book, and that was my passion. I loved telling stories. But for the next 5 years, I didn't lean into that passion because I was afraid of putting myself out there again and being hurt. And it wasn't until 5 years later, when I was 20, that I had a near-death experience. And that's when I realized, like, then I would kind of like lean into the story a bit of like, tell the brief story of like, this is how it happened. And it's like, I remember I was lying in the hospital bed, staring up at the ceiling. That's when I realized I almost died. I can't afford to hold myself back and not be who I really do, what I really want to. So when I came back, I decided to move out, sold everything, moved to Montreal, and tried to be a screenwriter. That began my journey of me being who I truly am. And it's like, that is so much more impactful than just like, well, you have to be who you are. Like, don't hold yourself back. So it's like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you have that same story of like, I was homeschooled, I started college, and it's like, I tried to make friends. It's like, that is a very emotional, impactful story. So then you can kind of like pull back, explain like, and then I became obsessed with building communities and making and all those things. And it's like, then you kind of like zoom back in for another story that illustrates like, and that's the moment that I realized what I was doing wrong. I failed in high school or in college. So it's like, that's what makes it truly impactful of like raw personal. Then you can zoom back a bit, explain, hey, I spent like 10 years being obsessed and doing research and reading a ton of books and trying a ton of things. But then this happened and you tell another short story and it's like, click, that's when it all happened. It's like, that is a truly powerful story.
Okay.
Well, I was asking like, what is that moment where it really like, it clicked and like zoom in all the way into that?
All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I think I have a story for that.
Perfect. I'm gonna go P2.
don't have a good story for that.
Yeah,
I'm sure it will come to me, but I feel like exactly how um that realization moment is crystallized. Like I feel like I know what I'm supposed to be looking for. I feel like we can just move on. Like, it'll settle at some point.
because I feel like because we realize like story is really important and it's one of the core elements that we're teaching,
Hmm.
we need to make sure that our stories are really impactful. That it like
Hmm.
draws people in. They're like, whoa. Because if we show that,
Hmm.
it implies that's what we're going to show you how to do.
Hmm.
So it's like that's why I love the Hollywood story because it's like it's very personal. It's like I tried so much. It's
Yeah.
the perfect example of like I tried and failed, and I realized like, oh crap, I've been doing this wrong. I was
Hmm.
failing it by loving it too much, by trying to be too much. And it's
Hmm.
like it sells the principle perfectly. And then this story, it's like tried to make friends in college and failed. It's like that's very personal.
Hmm.
And that's why I became obsessed with community. And then if you just have a story that illustrates like, and that's the like that's when I realized like that's the
Hmm.
perfect conclusion to that. So
Hmm.
if back to the first one, which is Mr. Rogers, is there a way that we can do like because like it's a good story, it's personal, it's emotional, like, but how do we structure it in such a way that it has that same like powerful impact?
Hmm. So the context of the Mr. Rogers story is the um that one's the like why like the importance of your story. Um like what the amount of impact that just stories can have, right?
Yeah, so this one is stories and being normal. Those are the two elements we want to convey.
Right.
So it's like the story of you don't need to be like live a super interesting life to be able to have a powerful story to tell.
Mm-hmm.
And like Mr. Rogers, that's a good example, but it's like, how do we present it in such a way that it has that same impactful of like, I tried and failed. And maybe the Mr. Rogers is like the conclusion to that. So it's like, I tried and like failed to tell stories and to like connect or whatever because I was always trying to be unique. And then like I realized like, oh, Mr. Rogers, like that's why everyone loves him. Like I don't know how to structure it, but it's like if we maybe it can be that same. It's like two stories merged into one. It's like one
Mm-hmm.
opens, then the other closes.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Because Mr. Rogers is when you were young. Like you may not have a story before that. I don't
Mhm.
know.
So what's the order that we're doing these in?
This is the first one. So Mr. Rogers. So storytelling and hold on. Let me go back to the PowerPoint. Storytelling and being normal is
Mm-hmm.
having fun and the power of community is number two.
Mm-hmm.
And being lazy and doing less to earn more is principle number three. So I already have the perfect story for number three, most of it for number two, and we have the story for number one, but we just need to figure out how to present it so it's more impactful. But maybe we're kind of like pigeonholing ourselves. So maybe there's a different story than the Mr. Rogers story that illustrates this better. Or not better, but it's like it has that more impactful tone.
Hmm. So, so I feel like the Mr. Rogers story could be like a lead into, like open the loops to the other two stories. I can say, um, I want to tell you about um, a guy that's changed my life. I've I've been in I've like had the opportunity to um, work my dream job, and I got fired. Like I failed the project that was like what I wanted to do more, like more than anything else, and I it bombed. I wanted to have friends. Like I grew up homeschooled. I didn't have any friends. I really wanted to, and I I struggled connecting with people. I spent years learning how to build relationships with people and learning how to connect with people and build community. It wasn't easy, and I had the opportunity to um, share my story and to be in front of millions of people on television, on radio, and I've been in places where I've been in front of lots of people, and it didn't increase my influence. It didn't increase my authority. I I looked like an idiot, and, and even with all of those things, um, I like those didn't shake me. They didn't they didn't hold me back in a way that they might have. I could have completely shut down. Like each one of those things were things that I had to work through. Each one of those things were things that I did have to process, but it wasn't the end of the story for me because of what somebody else did. They told me that they believed in me. They told me that I was somebody who made the world better because I was in it. They told me that I was special. I heard that story a long time ago when I was very young, and because they shared that with me, it it gave me this like this knowing somewhere deep down. And even when I had these massive failures, I still was willing to get up and try again. That's the kind of that's the kind of story you want to have in your business. Something that gives people the motivation to keep going. And the funny thing about the person that told me that story is they were a normal person too. Like they were bullied when they were a kid. They they were fat. They were they struggled communicating their feelings. They they went through a lot of like really difficult things, and yet this person who there was nothing special about them. They were very normal. They were very um, you know, had a very uh, dysfunctional and traumatic childhood, grew up with asthma. You know, this person was able to make a huge impact on my life by sharing their story, by telling great stories. And that left an impact on me that has shaped my entire life. He's one of the most influential people in my entire life. But the most crazy thing is that even though he shaped who I was and he made a big impact on me, he's never met me. I never got a chance to meet him because um, I met him through the stories that he told. But I don't know how. I don't know how to like pull the curtain back and show in a dramatic way, but the person that did all that, the kid that grew up bullied, the kid that was fat and didn't have any friends, like I didn't have any friends as a kid, like that, he grew up to be Mr. Rogers, and he was somebody who stayed connected to the kid that he used to be, who felt disconnected, who felt misunderstood, who wanted to be seen as special. And the person in his life that told him that he was loved, like his grandpa told him that, he went on to do that for millions of other kids. And even though I never met Mr. Rogers in person, the story that he told over and over every day on his television program, which is that you make the world a better place because of who you are, changed my life, and it changed other people's lives. That's what your story can do if you share the part of you that is unique, the part of you that's just normal, the part of you that has um, gone through, some challenges. That's the part that we feel like nobody wants to hear. We want to hear about how did you, land hundreds of high ticket clients and do $100,000 product launches. But that's not really what makes people connect to you. We want to see how you're human, how you're flawed, how you're normal, and what did you learn that allowed you to have that experience and then not repeat it? How did you learn how to take something valuable from those experiences and build on it? That's what your story is. I think that's why we love stories about underdogs, because it reminds us that everybody's like us. Like we all start from a place where we're normal, our life sucks, but it's possible to go to somewhere we've never been. How did you do that? That's what the story can show you. I think what's missing is like me realizing that storytelling is one of the key elements of transformation.
Actually, I think what's missing is the story. No offense. It's just you're explaining the principles,
Mm-hmm.
telling rather than showing.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you show? How do you retell a story of you experiencing that?
Mm-hmm.
Because like we can still have the Mr. Rogers elements, like that can be the like setup for the story of like, hey, all this, it's like he had such an
Mm-hmm.
impact on my life and he taught me these lessons, but it wasn't
Mm-hmm.
until later when tell a second story, it's like this happened, that's when I realized that's why he impacted my life so much.
Mm.
Because he was a normal guy, because he was such a good storyteller, and because he allowed me to connect with him without realizing that he was doing that, because he was sharing a story rather than trying to teach me something.
Mm.
Because I think that's the thing with storytelling, the like deeper you can zoom into something, the more impactful it's going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it's like a simple story of like, hey, I woke up, like I woke up and I was like super exhausted, and I dragged myself to the bathroom and brush my teeth, and I go to the kitchen and I'm just like starving, and I'm like, I really need something to eat. I'm like, oh yes, yesterday I bought my favorite kind of cereal. And then you go open the cupboard, grab everything, and you're like, wait, the cereal is gone. Someone ate it. And it's like, even if it shows like a dumb story about cereal, like it has impact because you're right there
Right.
with the step by
Mm-hmm.
step. Whereas like if you're just teaching, it's like you love things like cereal. It's like when people take it, like it annoys you. It's like, yeah, but that doesn't have the
Mm-hmm.
same impact, even though you're technically telling the exact same thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think like that's why it's super important to make sure like you zoom into the exact story, whatever that story is.
Yeah. Mm. Okay. So here's how I would tell that story. When I was a kid, I was probably like 9. We we were homeschooled, so we all went everywhere that my mom went. So we were on our way to the grocery store, and so we got in the car. There's the three of us in the back, and my mom's driving us in this little Ford Escort, this little small car. And this was back when cell phones were not ubiquitous. They were a very rare thing. So we had just gotten a cell phone, and it was like this big brick. This, and so we're on our way to the grocery store, and we see this car with a mom and her two boys that were about our age. They were standing outside of their car, and the car had a flat tire. So my mom pulled over. She had, a big heart, and had like invited them to use. And so she called her husband, and then he had told her to call the shop. So we decided to take them to go meet. Anyway, go meet her husband or something on the way to the mechanic. And so she's trying to get him to come meet her. And so there's like the three of us who were in the car at the start, and then her two little boys were in the. So we're all like crammed. There's 5 kids crammed in the back. There's like 4 of us, I think, on the seats, and one little kid like sitting on the floor on the hump in the back of the car. And so she's on the phone. She's telling her husband that I couldn't change the tire. I didn't know how to change the tire. And her little boy, who must have been like 10, 9 or 10, he tries to get her attention. She's like, Mom, I could change a tire. Mom, I could do it. Of course, it doesn't matter because we're in the car. We're already driving somewhere. But he just wanted to be seen, and he wanted to say, I know I can do it. I can do something. I'm valuable. Well, I heard the words come out of my mouth like, No, you can't. And here he is, this kid about my age. I don't know how to change a tire, and so I assume neither can he. You're just a kid like me. I don't know whether he could or not. He probably couldn't, but maybe he could. But I knew right at that moment, as soon as the words came out of my mouth, and I saw his face fall, I'd just done something to him. I hurt him in a way that I knew was wrong. I knew believe that because I've been told over and over by somebody that was really important to me that I was special, and it didn't matter. Uh, like the impact that I had on the world was just because of who I was. That was something that resonated with me. As a kid who was told they were wrong all the time when they didn't do their chores and that, like I had a short attention span. I would get yelled at all the time because I didn't know what the right thing to do was. And this guy, he told me when I was a kid, um, you know, you make today special just by being yourself. And that stuck with me. And that was how I knew that when I had told this kid that they couldn't do something, that I had no idea whether they could or not, but I didn't believe in him. And I knew that that was wrong because I knew what somebody believing in me did for me. And the way that I knew about that, or the way that I knew about that, is because um, he had a TV show. He told that same story to millions of other kids, Mr. Rogers, and that idea shaped the person that I became. But it wasn't until I got to college I started reading a book on Mr. Rogers. And I found out that he was a very normal person. Like I mean, he had a TV show that impacted millions and millions of children. He had decades of work in child psychology and understanding how to talk to kids in a way that they would understand. But I found out that he actually grew up as a fat kid. He was bullied for being fat. He had asthma. He didn't have any friends growing up because he couldn't go play outside during the summer with the rest of the kids. His mom made friends with another mom who had a sick kid, and he had an air conditioning. They bought the other kid an air conditioning. So so Fred, the kid who grew up to be Mr. Rogers, could go over to his house and play. It's like he had a very normal, very dysfunctional, you know, life, just like I did, just like a lot of people that I know. And it wasn't until I realized that the thing that made him so unique and so special is that he knew what it was like to feel normal. He knew what it was like to feel like you didn't fit in. He remembered what that was like. And he had so much compassion for other people who had that experience that he went out of his way. He went so far out of his way that he created a show on a medium that he hated. He disliked television and the way that it was used. That he created a show that talked to kids and told them, "I know what you feel like. I know what you're scared of. I've been there. I've had your experience. I've been hurt. I've been afraid. I've been in a place where the adults that I had around me didn't know how to help. And you know what? You're going to be okay." That was the message that he shared. But he did it through telling stories, by singing songs, by, doing puppets. And I didn't realize that that's what he was doing until I was much older, until I got to college and I realized that the way that he shared that idea over and over and over was by telling stories. That's how he put that message in a little kid who went on to make a fool of themselves on national, or not national television, but like on national news network. Um, I got my dream job shooting a sitcom. I failed that. I tried to make friends with people when I got to college because I grew up not having friends. I introduced myself to 200 people, and none of them wanted to be my friend. Because I didn't understand how to make friends. Like I went through all of that, and I still was able to believe that I could because I was told that story when I was a kid. That that's what, that's how I realized why story is so important.
I feel like all the elements are there. I'm just wondering, how do we present this in the most impactful way possible?
Hmm. Oh dang, it's already 2 o'clock. I need to go home.
You want to take a break, or do you have a few minutes? Because I feel like we're right on the verge for this one.
Um, I feel like it'll come together. So I guess what's not clear to me is like, what is the, like in the Epiphany Bridge model, what is it we're trying to show? Like, what is it we're trying to communicate with this story? And I think that'll help me
It's
have a,
how, like, learned or earned it. So it's like the story of how you discovered this. So it's kind of like, in this case, because there's a heavy emphasis on story. It's like we share, like, this was the experience I had, and this was a moment like it clicked, like, oh, that's why I understand like the power of story. And
mhm,
what made Mr. Rogers so powerful and his story so impactful is the fact that he was just a normal guy. He
mhm,
struggled with the exact same things we all struggled with when he was young. And it's like he did all these things to overcome it. It's like that's when I realized, like, okay, my entire life I was trying to be unique. I can just be normal. It's like I thought I had to, be special in order to tell a good story. I don't, because the person who impacted my life the most was just a normal guy. He was just really good at telling stories. So it's like you were selling the idea of you can be normal and stories are what completely transforms people.
mhm,
That way, when we present, like, once we realize that, it's like, and that's why we realize, like, okay, we need to use this in our business. And then we present like this
mhm,
strategy. This is why you need to do this. It's like step one, like figure out, right, what are your stories you have, and
mhm,
whatever. Sharing the experience of this is what I went through to discover these principles that I'm teaching you now.
mm. Okay.
So I think we have like most of it now. So we have like the 3 stories. I think the third one's already good the
Mhm,
way it is. It has all the elements. Second one, we
mhm,
just need that last like zoom in story. And
mhm.
this one, like most of the elements are there. I think we just need to let it simmer and figure out exactly how to present it.
Yeah. I think, yeah, now that I understand what you're asking, like what we're trying to realize, or what the transformation that is happening is that like being normal is like what I realized from finding out about him. I think I can tell, I can stitch it together a little bit differently, but I think I can tell the story of my piano teacher, like when she told me in essence the same thing. It's like I still love you even though you're not doing what I think you should be doing. Um, like when I went to the piano competition and then got invited to the national competition. Like I didn't go because it was on the day that my family um, worshiped. So I was like I can't go. And even though she thought it was a great opportunity for me, she was like, good for you. You're standing up for what you believe in. You're um I thought she was gonna be mad because it was like looked good for her. It was like in my head, the value for her was music is the king. And like you have a thing that you could, display. Like I thought I was valuable to her because I was a good student, not because I was a good person. And was like that was the moment that I realized that like I experienced what I was told. which is that like you're valuable no matter what. That was the experience that I had where that cemented it for me, and the realization that the guy that put that idea in me was a normal guy, and he just found a way to tell that through stories like that. Like I think I can juggle that stuff in a way that is it needs to be like you said, more of a first or second person story so you can go through the experience. But I think I know what I'm looking for now.
All right. So we have most of the things. It's just a question of refining. And I think like you're saying, that's just gonna happen by itself, like as we're doing our everyday things. And I think we need to do that also for the intro story. So figure out like, how do we tell that story of us discovering those three principles?
How do we tell the story of
With a lot of super loud noise.
what's that?
It was like, I don't know what that was. But it's good now. So yeah, I think the origin story is of us like discovering, maybe we just need to discover like the power of like business best friends, like that floating experience. And we can like mention like, maybe at the end it's like, I don't know, explain the story. In the end, it's like we realize like, okay, this is how we need to live our life now. And we came up with these three principles by which to live this life. And then we present super normal, the business, laziness. And then it's like we present like, and those became like our business fundamentals. Like that's what we built our entire business around. And then we present them. So it's like the origin story is introducing the secrets at the same time. Like if we can find a way to do that, that'd be good. I think the main goal is like just sell the idea of business best friends. And then that like automatically kind of segues into these are the business best friend principles. Let us teach those principles. So I'm not quite sure how to present that, but I think now that we know like that's what we need to tell, I think it's just like it's going to come to us when it's time.
Yeah.
Man, I'm just looking at this like this is going to be a really good presentation. It's like it's very well structured. We're following the perfect webinar format, but it's like we do something that most other people who use perfect webinars suck at, which is storytelling.
Yeah. How we became business best friends, and how we realized that so it's sort of like how do we decide that this manifesto is important to us? Like we're telling this, like I'm telling the stories of like why each one of these things is important and how I realize their value in my own life. But sort of like how did we circle on these particular things as stuff that sort of like we tried all these different things of how to be successful, and we realized like we didn't want to do it the way everybody else was telling us that we needed to do it, and we're just like, let's just be ourselves. Yeah, might be worth going back and watching a few few episodes of like that around that space where we were like, oh, I just realized.
But I think maybe like, I don't know the first part, but maybe like the moment of realization was that day we had the conversation where you're like, I forget exactly how you said it, but you're just like, I got coached yesterday and like it really impacted me. It's like we like sat down. It's like I remember I was literally sitting on the ground. So it's like, okay, let's take a break. Let's sit down and talk this out. And it's like that was the conversation where like the super normalcy like clicked, and we're like, you don't need to like pressure ourselves. So it just like it removed like we just let go of all the pressure, all the expectations. And that's the moment that everything clicked. And then we can briefly explain like, and after that, like in the days after that, everything seemed to flow magically. And we discovered the 3 principles on which we based our entire business. And then we went super normalcy, the fundamentals of business, because we love to have fun. And for the last month, because that was, I think, about like a month in, like the last month, we've been working on the business and just having fun. And the business has been building itself as a result of that. And high performance laziness, like we're lazy. We don't want to work hard. It's like we discovered that in general, every single time, not in general, like every single time we saw success, we stopped trying to do everything and we just focused in on one very simple thing. And we built our entire business around that. And then we can segue into like, here are the 3 secrets. And it's like, and we present. I think we already have. We're trying to do everything, build the business, trying to cover everything, doing tons of research and everything. It's like, got to the moment where it's like, we kind of like hit that emotional wall where like something needs to change. And I feel like for both of us, that's the moment where we just like took a step back, sat down, talked it through. And that's when it just like everything clicked. And even though it's not like dramatic and emotional, we can tell it in such a way. Like, especially if we build it up to that point of like, you know, we both spent like most of our lives trying to accomplish something, trying to be special, trying to be unique, trying to build our business. We worked so hard, learned so many skills, became best friends. And it's like, you know, went through this journey and we tried our respective businesses and kept failing over and over again. And then together. Then we started working on it and it just kind of started to come together by itself. We were just having fun and chilling. It's like the business was coming together and we're like, okay, there's something to this. Like, discovered there's like a secret hidden power that we just unlocked and we don't really understand it. So we kind of like went in with the flow and slowly discovered it. And then we got to the point where it's like, we realized like something is wrong. We need to figure this out. And then we like sat down and that's when it all clicked. It's like, we just need to be normal. We don't need to try to be special and unique and accomplish everything. And that's when everything clicked and we realized everything else. That's why the business was working so well, because we're just having fun, being ourselves, not trying to force it. Like we're lazy, so we don't need to try to do everything to succeed. We just need to do the few things we need to be successful. It's like, if we just tell that story, it's like maybe we can kind of like zoom in a few points, but I think sharing that story, I think would work.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll go back over and watch that and see what kind of comes up, and then maybe in the process of retelling that, like it'll kind of trigger like some of the stuff that came up for you the first time you were watching that, and then you just build it from there.
What you could do, it could have like 2 parts. It's like you tell, I don't know, maybe this will work or not, I don't know, but it's like you tell your story and I tell my story, but it's like parallel stories of like we're both like growing up and struggling, going through the same thing, and then we meet, then we realize, oh, we just need to work together, and that's what unlocked everything.
You know, I think there's something here, but I've got to go. I think there's something here about like the way that you and I bounce off each other. I kind of think that if we model what we did in our mastermind, which is like somebody shares something and be like, hey, well, this is what's coming up for me. Or like, this is what I realized when you told that story. It's like maybe we can share. That's part of how we came across this thing. It's like in the process of like, well, I'm sharing what I'm doing. I'm kind of living my life in an authentic way. And it's like, but it's in you doing that and then me responding to that and like that back and forth of like it's like sort of model it in the storytelling, but also kind of share that's part of the process of like the bouncing back and forth, the reacting to what's being done is I don't know. There's something there about
Maybe like the zoom ins we need to share could be for you as an example, like to illustrate the principles of like having each other in our life in others' lives like makes us better people. So it's like I, without trying, turned you into a runner. And it's like you made me get to the point where it's like I'd send you a voice message like, oh, I had this idea, I don't know if I should do it. And like it gets to the point where midway through the message, I'm like, crap, I gotta do this, don't I? Like it just makes me a better person because you allow me to understand what's going on within myself. So it's like maybe sharing stories like that illustrates the power of business friendships. So maybe we can each share like one of those.
yeah.
We kind of like come together and it's like then we realize like, okay, we're better when we're in each other's lives. So let's combine, like let's do business together. And
Yeah.
that's present like, the three elements of the business best friends principle and introduce that whole concept. I think maybe the introduction is you tell your story of how I make you better. I tell my story of how you make me better. We realize that we're like, okay, let's team up, let's build a business. And that's how the business best friend came to be.
I don't know if this is really going to work, if this is the right product or the right thing, but I just had a realization. This is the business. Part of the reason we need to be selling 5-minute Facebook groups is because we need to get them doing the things, the taking action in as small space as possible so that the audience, the people that we're building the business around, it's like they're free to have the bandwidth to listen to us and be the reflection, the filter of like, what is it that we're doing and talking about that's actually valuable to this market. I don't know if this makes any sense, but what I just realized is like what you and I do for each other, which is you say a story, then I react. It's like, oh, this is what I felt, this is what I thought when it came out, and then I do the same thing. That's what we need to do with our business. We need to share all of this crap. So the nothing interesting, that hours and hours and hours of content. The reason we need them to be doing their business in 5 minutes is so that they have the bandwidth to like see all of the other stuff that we're doing, and then be like, oh, well that part's valuable. Well, this part's valuable. Oh, that part. Whoa, you blew my mind with that. It's like all of the floaching and the I just realized like we need to give that experience to the audience and that's the done for you service. We give them the experience of realizing something. We don't know what they're going to realize because it's what they're going to bring to the table, but they have that experience based on what they're watching us do. So the building their business really only takes 5 minutes, half an hour, a little bit of the time, and they're creating what is a reflection of what they're realizing about themselves and about the business that they want to own and run in response to what we're doing. I don't know if that's clear enough yet, but in a sense, it's sort of like what we provide as free value, so to speak. It's like that is the most valuable part of what we do is we can bring you right to the water. You still got to drink, but it's like what we actually provide is like constant transformation through storytelling of, oh, I just realized this. Oh, I just realized that. Oh, I just realized this.
So we can give people the raw material of floating and just let them have the experience of, whoa. And that's what we can do for people over and over. So if we have people that we're helping them build the business, that's almost like that's the part that they want. And we're helping them do it in 5 minutes so that they're free to actually have the experience of, oh man, that Guillaume and Aaron is they just blow my mind all the time. I think there's something about that. Like, I'm not exactly sure how that's gonna come, but I'm late. I need to go. All right. I'll call you later.
All right.